Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone.
Hello. Okay.
Okay. Welcome to the October 23rd, 2025 City of San Diego Historic Resources Board meeting. With that, Ms. Stanko, you're going to do the preamble.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Suzanne Seeger, a senior planner in the City Planning Department. Today's Historical Resources Board meeting is being conducted pursuant to the provisions of California Government Code Section 54953E as amended by Assembly Bill 2249, which allows the city to use teleconferencing and to provide the public an opportunity to address the board via a call-in option or an internet-based service option. Effective February 10th, 2023, the Historical Resources Board will be meeting in person, and the meetings will be open for in-person testimony. In lieu of in-person attendance, members of the public may submit their comments online via the city's webpage, via telephone, Zoom, or U.S. mail in the method documented on the posted agenda. Today, we are using Zoom as our hybrid meeting platform. In addition, this meeting is being live streamed via the City of San Diego's Public Hearings YouTube channel. Please note the buttons on your Zoom meeting bar that pop up when you move the mouse. Share screen will enable an applicant to give a presentation, and the microphone is to mute and unmute. Please remember to stay muted when you are not talking and to unmute yourself when you speak. When wanting to participate in a discussion, please virtually raise your hand and chair buyers will call on you in the order entered. Please refrain from using the meeting chat in order to comply with the Brown Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seeger. So now we'll do a roll call for the board members. To confirm board member attendance, when I call your name, please say present. Vice Chairperson Michael Taylor.
Present.
Second Vice Chairperson, Board Member Cortez.
Present.
Thank you. Board Member Kumper.
Present.
Thank you. Board Member Farley.
Present.
Board Member Freeberg.
Present.
And we understand that Board Member McCullough is absent today. Board Member Miller.
Present.
Board Member Provence.
Present.
Board Member Sophia.
Present.
And Board Member Woods.
Here.
The following board members have indicated that they will need to arrive late or leave early today. Board Member Woods, I understand you need to leave at 4:30. Okay, noted. So at this point, we'll move forward with non-agenda public comment. Non-agenda public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board on issues within the jurisdiction of the Historical Resources Board not previously heard or on the agenda. Members of the public attending in person must submit a speaker slip to the hearing secretary, and those attending remotely should indicate their desire to speak by raising their virtual hand. Speakers will be provided 3 minutes each to address the board. So do we have anyone here in the room who wants to offer a non-agenda public comment? That hasn't happened in a while. Okay. With that, I will go ahead and close the non-agenda public comment portion of the meeting. So now we will go into administrative items.
Yes, I got it. Thank you. Prior to today's meeting, the board members have been emailed the HRB criteria guidelines, the motion and findings form for historical designation, and comments and correspondence submitted via the web form or email prior to this morning at 10 a.m. And just a reminder to everyone, if you want to submit public comment, please use the web form or submit directly to myself or our Historical Resources Board admin email. Thank you.
All right, and at this point, we'll do any general board member comments. Do any board members wish to provide comments on items that are not on today's agenda? Mr. Cortez. Later. All right. Seeing none, I'm going to close the portion of the meeting for general board member comments. Now we will discuss any declarations of conflict of interest, ex parte communications, or failure to visit sites. For conflicts of interest, do any board members need to disclose any conflicts of interest on any items on today's agenda? Board Member Cortez.
Disclosing ex parte communication, had a meeting with Bruce and Alana Coons from Soho, Ione Stingler from IAS Architecture, Jennifer Ayala, Nexus Planning. None of the items that we discussed at the meeting had to do with any of the items present on the agenda today, and would not affect my ability to vote impartial.
Okay, noted. Thank you. Does anyone else have any other conflicts of interest or, for that matter, ex parte communications? Was everyone able to visit all of the sites?
I visited all the sites. I'll just say that on Camino, 6210 Camino, it was very, very dark when I arrived. So it was a little bit harder to see, but I do believe that with the photographs and the reports, I'll be able to vote.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Friedberg. All right. At this point, moving right along, we'll go into any requests for continuances or withdrawals. Do we have any requests to continue or withdraw any items on today's agenda? Come on up.
It works? Okay. It's off? Oh, okay. We'd like to request item 2 to be continued to the next meeting if possible. We have additional historic photos that were given to us last night, so we'd like to have time to revise the report and get that in for you guys again.
Just in time. One. Okay, thank you. So board members, we're going to, or would you wait and hear all of it? Okay, let's address this, board members. Do I have a motion on this continuance, this requested continuance?
Yes, I move to grant a continuance for 306 C Lane, item number 2.
Second.
Thank you, board members. Any discussion before we take a vote? Do we have any public comment on this issue? About the continuance for item 2? No board discussion. All right, with that, we will go ahead and take a vote by everyone simultaneously raising their hands. So all those in favor of the motion, please raise their hands.
That's board members Province, Cooper, Miller, Cortez, Byers, Taylor, Sophia, Woods, Friedberg, and Farley. That's unanimous 10.
Okay, thank you, everybody. All right, do we have any other requests for continuances or withdrawals? You do need to push the button. Sorry, that red. Perfect. No, one more time. The red light needs to be off. There you go.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Byers, members of the board. My name is Scott Moomjian, the applicant for item 3, 2660 through 2666 First Avenue. The board has received a letter that I had written to you this past Tuesday requesting a 30-day continuance, or essentially a continuance into the next month to the November meeting. The reason for our continuance is as follows. We understand that there's additional historical information which is contained in the Lloyd Ruocco files. and the Citizens 3 files that are in the repository at the San Diego History Center. We believe that this material has a bearing on whether the property is additionally eligible for designation under criterion A as a resource significant to community development. I think, as you know, Lloyd Rocco was a pioneer and a master architect, and he had a very clear vision of development related to open space canyons and arroyos, particularly in the Mission Hills and Banker Hills communities. So we would respectfully ask a continuance so that we can access those files. We have an appointment next week at the San Diego History Center. The property is currently vacant. The underlying project, which had been filed on this property, expired on September 25th. So we don't believe that there's any adverse effect on the property owner. And we believe that having this additional information will be very helpful for the board's consideration. In addition, we received a letter in opposition to our nomination. I personally received that and took a look at it after it was published on the city's website this past Monday. I looked at it on Tuesday. It's a 37-page document, contains a letter from Alan Matkins and a memorandum of opinion by Nexus Research and Planning. We haven't had sufficient time to go through that document yet. And I think a 30-day continuance would allow the fair and impartial review on our end and be able to respond to any significant issues that memorandum and letter raises. So with all due respect, we would request the continuance. We believe that all parties should be able to review all of the material and then have the board consider that very same material and make a very careful and deliberate decision. Thank you very much.
Motion to grant the continuance.
One moment, please. Although I love forwardness, we do need to open it up for public comment, correct? Yes, so are there any of the members of the public who would like to speak about this request for continuance? Yes, come on up.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Heather Riley. I'm a land use attorney at Alan Matkins, and you did receive my opposition letter to this request for continuance yesterday when we were informed of it. We are absolutely opposed to this continuance. It would be highly prejudicial. This nomination has been pending for over a year at this point, and very clearly, I would like to state this building is not vacant. It is being used every day, day in and day out, to support the community. San Diego American Indian Health Center, that is my client, very much would like to be able to move forward with their site to their own discretion. This process has held us up for over a year. Moving this back another month would be patently unfair. The letter that was submitted by my office last week that Mr. Moomjian referenced was simply further support for staff's recommendation not to designate this property. The majority of that 37-page letter, I hope that you had a chance to review it, were photos. Staff report was fantastic, but we felt it was lacking in illustration. And as we all know, a photo speaks 1,000 times more than actual words. And we wanted to make sure you had those photos when you were considering this property. We ask that you hold this meeting today. It was docketed a long time ago. We were all fully aware this was happening, and we would very much like to move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Coons, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Myers, members of the board and staff. Bruce Coons, Executive Director of Save Our Heritage Organization. We wholeheartedly support the continuance so we can address all the issues that have been raised, and particularly the ones in recent times. It's only fair that they have a chance to look at that and decide whether the information is pertinent or not, and prepare the response. So once again, please grant the continuous, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online? All right, any additional members of the public wishing to speak about the continuance or the request for continuance? Okay, so at this point, I will close public comment on this issue. So Board Member Woods, are you still interested in making that motion?
I'll retract my motion for the purposes of discussion, or can we discuss post?
We can discuss. Either way works. So
I'd like to retract my motion at this time. I'm looking over the Alan Matkins letter again.
okay.
I'm reconsidering.
Okay. So board, do we have any discussion or comments about the continuance or any? Yes.
I'm interested in staff's opinion on granting the motion for granting a continuance and if they believe there's sturdy, if they believe there's sufficient information that'll be added in the next 30 days that would change our opinion. Thank you. So just for the record, the November board meeting is the third Thursday in November. So we will have a week less for the applicant to prepare. So if Mr. Moomjian, you guys are able to get us something by next Friday, the 31st, staff is amenable to what the board would like to do. We also just want to remind you that there is a permit in process, and we would like to have that kind of tidied up and a decision made within the next few weeks. Oh, yes. Our city attorney also reminded me that this item, there needs to be a decision on it within 90 days. So that 90 days does end on the 21st of January, which is the day before the January board meeting. So a decision must be made by by the November hearing.
So correct me if I'm wrong, it's essentially 1 week for them to submit additional information.
Yes. Board Member Miller.
Hi, I think that it is important for transparency for all the applicants to submit all of their material that they would like to. So any decision the board makes, everybody feels comfortable knowing whatever happens, that all evidence, everything submitted was decided, was considered in our decision. So I know it's a very tight schedule, but if the applicant feels that he can or they can get something else that changes our decisions or adds to our consideration, then I think it's fair for them to be able to have that time.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Cortez.
I have a question for the applicant, which I assume Mr. Moomjian would be representing here. Your report's been in for a year now, and can you share this new discovery that you're sharing with us? How did that come about, and why wasn't that part of just your initial investigation? Sounds like if it's something at the History Center, that's what you ordinarily review. In addition, you're addressing entirely new criteria, and I'd be concerned that if you update your report over the next week, that it has to be submitted with an entirely new criteria that hasn't been over the past year. Is that truly fair to the owner of the property to be able to provide, their response and understand, what claim you're making after it seems like we've been waiting on this for a year? And, just as a reminder to the board, staff isn't just taking a position to clear this property at this meeting, but they have for going 4 or 5 years back on multiple occasions. So if you can answer those questions about this new information.
Yes. So I will ask IS Architecture to discuss the research phase of things, but we have had intermittent discussions with Mr. Todd Pittman, who is a former HRB board member. Mr. Pittman is probably the foremost authority on Lloyd Rurocco. And he actually had provided some testimony relative to his opinion regarding significance today. We recently learned through, I believe, Mr. Pittman and other sources that these Lloyd Rurocco papers are in the San Diego History Center. They're not, I believe, readily accessible. So we had to make a special appointment, which we have next Tuesday. Now, in terms of meeting the deadline, we can certainly review that material. We can certainly evaluate the material and provide something in writing by the end of next week if that's the board's direction. The issue of his significance was fully fleshed out in our report under C and D. However, we believe that the additional information that is in the archives will also have another bearing on criterion A, considering the unique landscape, topography, and design aesthetic by Mr. Ruaco. Also, I should point out that I think consideration needs to be given to the resource as well. This is an extremely rare resource. I know you've read the material. And the owner of the property, with all due respect to the owner, has known about our application for some time. They've had ample opportunity to conduct their own evaluation under a criterion A, B, C, D, E, F. They didn't do so. They simply sort of piggybacked on the staff recommendation. And their letter came to you, that analysis came to you. It was published, it was submitted to the city on Friday, and it was published on Monday. So we really have not had a chance to look at that. So our request is twofold. It's to do the research and it's to evaluate the materials in the opposition letter. We feel we can get this done for you. And we believe that a simple continuance into next week doesn't really change the landscape of things, doesn't really affect the owner's right to ultimately perhaps develop the property should it not be designated, or if it is designated. But I think that in this particular case, being with caution and with having a fairness to us as the applicant, having waited a while, I think that another 30 days really can't hurt anybody.
Can you further share some of the statements by, you said Mr. Pittman, is that right?
Yeah.
Of these documents and what you anticipate you might find? It seems really general to push this off without any particular specifics.
I don't have the correspondence from Mr. Pittman, but I mean, maybe Peter, would you be in a position to opine on that, or Heather?
I own Stiegler with Is Architecture, and I don't have Todd's letter handy, and nobody go out and steal my Tesla because my phone is in the car and anyone could drive off with it right now. My apologies, I don't have it to look it up. Other people are looking for it right now. But I mean, these statements of being so frustrated that it's been a year already, that's the process with the city. We were not the people who delayed this by a year. It's how it comes up the next designation as staff works through the reports. It's just a fact that we're working at a year delay on those. In better times, it's been about 3 months, which would be lovely to get back to. But that's where we're at. We're at a year. A year ago, on an emergency basis, when we found that staff had written a letter of opinion that this property was not potentially historic, we thought staff had mistakenly done this because they hadn't been given the identity that it was a Ruaco Deloy building and the rarity of that. We put together an opinion letter to just quickly try to clarify it. And we definitely have been focusing on the architecture, criteria C and D, rather than looking more broadly because we felt there was so much weight behind C and D. Since then, when we realized we were going to have to do a full historic resource report, we did that. We turned that in again very quickly in order to get it on the record that a report was in. Because otherwise, as we've seen, selective demolition has happened, more other demolition could have happened, and we wouldn't have been able to have brought it before you to be heard. We had to get it in. And so my apologies. one of the people, one of the neighbors who's been assisting in committee meetings between our agencies and the neighbors, brought forward that there was this Lloyd Ruaco repository of papers that we had not had a chance to ever look at or even know existed at the History Center. And so now we have that appointment to be able to go in and take a look. And I personally, as much as I know so much about so many of the architects in town, had no idea about Lloyd Ruaco's role with C3 and the creation of our protections for our canyons and arroyos. That this was Maple Canyon is a prime example of. And so my apologies that that connection hadn't been made prior to this. And yes, we're going to have to do it fast, but we are requesting that continuance.
Mr. Mumchin, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So what I understand is in those Lloyd Ruaco files, there's specific notes on the development of this site. I understand that there is correspondence related to this site with Ruaco's group, C3. And I further understand that Mr. Todd Pittman, the expert on Lloyd Ruaco, had been out of the country for about a month, and he just got back. All he could do for this particular hearing was just simply write a comment, public comment in the web mail, which you guys have, and would be present at the November meeting to provide important testimony as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So can staff speak to the timeline and what happens if this group, this applicant doesn't get the materials in time by that next Friday? Then would it just be continued to November, and then we would hear it based upon the information we already have?
Correct. You would hear it based on what information you have. You know, the deadline is for staff to provide a response to the materials. So that's ideal, and that's what we would like to see rather than last minute public comment.
Oh, thank you for your comments. Actually, pretty precise. With that being said, I get the questioning from Board Member Cortez, which we actually really needed to hear that. But I do also understand that it is twofold. And in all transparency, there is a 37-page document that's been submitted. And the other side does have a right to review that. And so for me, I would be willing to move forward the motion for the continuance.
I've revoked my motion. There's no motion on the table to comment to.
So then do we have a second for Board Member Farley's motion?
A second.
Thank you, Board Member Miller. Any further discussion before we take a vote?
I am uncomfortable with any delays to this already very long process, as have been pointed out, that aren't being brought forward by the property owner. I think the applicant had ample time to set this meeting before the date today, and I'll be voting against the motion.
I have one more question for staff, which is about the timing of the year and Ms. Stigler's comments about that this is essentially the cycle that we're in for how long this has taken.
So in terms of the designation process and how long that takes.
Right. The fact that there's been a year essentially delay for the owners of the property, and yet it's essentially just the process that's the designation.
So when we have a situation where there's a permit for a a construction permit involving a property that there's also a nomination for, and we have these two kind of moving it on different paths. We will wait until the nomination is at the top of the queue, or if the permit is ready to be issued, or, you know, it hits a critical point where there needs to be a decision about the historic determination. So for this situation, I think the permit stalled a little bit somewhere in the review process. So the item did wait in about a year, I would say. Alvin, I don't know if you have more information. Yeah, about a year. And that's normal right now for our designation queue.
A month's not very long after a year. I mean, we're talking about 10% more. So it seems that in the interest of allowing all the material to be viewed, everything to be considered, everybody's rights to be respected and observed, I would be in favor of a forbearance.
Do we have any concerns that there will be further construction on the property? I assume that's all been stopped at this point.
I would maybe defer to the property owner to speak to that.
If I can add quickly, under the code, once the property owner has been notified of the board's action or consideration of designation, there can't be any work approved on the property or undertaken on the property unless it's minor and consistent with the standards.
Thank you, Ms. Danko, and thank you, Ms. Seeger. I appreciate that question, and I just would like to be able to speak to that item. There was an investigation done by code enforcement. Work had been done on this site for public health and safety reasons. The wood latticing, although I'm not an architect, I'm not an expert, please forgive me. The wood latticing along the top had been, it's rotted. It had fallen into the parking structure, the parking area below. It had fallen onto the sidewalks. It had fallen places. So the work was done instantly just to make sure nobody was hurt. The windows were sealed because during that rain earlier this year, mold was growing inside the building, and it is a public health facility. We apologize sincerely for not having known that we were not supposed to be able to do that. We did not need a permit as code enforcement determined, and we have not, as soon as we were notified, we stopped, and we have not done anything else there. We will not do anything else. Whether it's a month or more, I know that seems insignificant, but it is significant to us. I can guarantee you, though, during that period, no work will occur. That's not allowed to occur. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, board? With that, then we'll take the vote, and remember, this is for granting the continuance to next month. Just a question, do we want to request a condition about the timing of the submittal? Is that appropriate? Is that appropriate? Board Member Farley, would you be open to that? To adding then that the applicant submits their new findings by
What's the date?
October 31st, next Friday.
All right. Oh, a minute to add that they submit their any new findings by no later than October 31st, 2025.
But if
Thank
we
you.
grant the continuance, if they fail to meet that deadline, it would still be a continuance.
Correct. So I don't think that language necessarily prohibits us from hearing or from discussing it at next board meeting, right? To include that request for the timing.
I would recommend, and if the city attorney has any other suggestions, I would welcome them, but I would recommend that the board continue the item to a date certain to the November hearing and highly encourage the applicant to submit by the date identified by Ms. Seeger, I can't recall what that was, in order for staff to be able to review and address that materials in the distribution to the board. But I'm not sure if hard and fast deadline would be enforceable.
Okay, so then that adjustment would be that we're approving a continuance for a date certain of the November HRB meeting period.
Let me see if she finished.
All right, we're good. So, so again, then just restating the motion. It's about the continuance to a date certain of the November HRB meeting 2025 with this period. But then the board is strongly encouraging the applicant to get these new materials to staff by Halloween, October 31st, 2025. All right, if there's no further comments.
Excuse me, Chair, I would just ask that we obtain Board Member Miller's concurrence on the amendment to the motion.
I agree to the amendment.
Thank you both. Is there any further discussion before we take a vote? All right, so by simultaneously raising our hands, all of those in favor for the continuance.
That's board members Province, Cooper, Miller, Cortez, Byers, Taylor, Friedberg, and Farley.
Okay, yes, I'm just making sure that Ms. Seeger has caught all of that. And now those who are opposed, if you'll raise your hands.
That's Woods and Sophia. So that motion passes with a majority.
Thanks, everyone. All right, so now we'll go for requests for items to be placed on the consent agenda. Staff has proposed items for inclusion in the consent portion of the agenda. Actions to designate a resource as historic require an affirmative vote of 6 board members, and all other actions require an affirmative vote of a majority of board members present. Any board member may add or remove an item from the consent portion of the agenda. Any removed items will be heard in accordance with their regular placement on the agenda unless otherwise indicated by the chair. The following items are proposed by staff for the consent portion of the agenda. Item number 4, the Fred and Margaret Vesper House located at 6210 Camino de la Costa. And item number 5, the Lyle and Emily Carringer Lock Crane House located at 825 Harborview Place. Do any board members wish to add or remove items from the consent agenda? So any members of the public wishing to speak to items on the consent agenda may do so. Members of the public attending in person must submit a speaker slip to the hearing secretary, and those attending remotely should indicate their desire to speak by raising their virtual hand. Speakers will be provided 3 minutes per person per item to address the board. Please state your name, the item or items you are speaking to, and whether you are in favor or opposition of the staff recommendation for that item. So, do we have any public comments? We don't see any online. So before we close the public testimony, I ask that staff state for the record whether any written communication has been received in advance of the meeting for any of the consent agenda.
Sorry, I'm just double checking. And the answer is no.
Okay, thank you. So if there are no further public comments, I'll go ahead and close public testimony. With that said, Do any members of the board wish to remove any of the items from the consent agenda and place them on the discussion agenda? No. All right, I will now entertain a motion to adopt the proposed consent agenda consistent with the staff recommendation for each item.
Yes, I motion that we adopt the two items to the consent agenda. Item 4, Fred and Margaret Vesperhaus, and item number 5, Lyle and Emily Carringer, Lock Crane House.
I second.
Thank you. Do we have any further discussion from the board? All right, in that case, all those all those in favor, please raise your hand together.
That's board members Farley, Friedberg, Woods, Sophia, Taylor, Byers, Cortez, Miller, Cooper, and Province. That's unanimous.
Thank you. Do any of the property owners whose items were passed on consent wish to address the board? Yes. Hello.
Does that work?
Yeah, you're on.
Hi, I'm Ginger Weatherford representing Aldo and Jolie Shamankin. They are the owners of 825 Harbor View Place, and they are currently in Italy. Thank you so much to the board and to staff for approving this property for designation. It has been a labor of love preserving the house and enclosing the porch, meeting the Secretary of the Interior standards. And thank you for establishing Lock Crane as a master architect. This is my first successful establishment of a master.
Congratulations and thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is AJ Riemann with Arista Architects, here representing John and Nancy Jo Capetta, 6210 Camino de la Costa. I want to thank the board for supporting the nomination of the project, as well as city staff that did an amazing job with us working through the last couple of years getting this thing put all together, as well as the La Jolla Historical Society, which has been very supportive of the project throughout the whole process. So thank you, everyone. And John and Nancy Jo are watching remotely, so I know they're happy as well. Thank you.
Congratulations. Have anyone online? No. All right, moving along. With the consent portion of the agenda adopted, the remaining items for discussion at today's hearing are as follows and will be taken in the order listed. So now we're down to 2. Item number 1, which is 4128 Ibis Street, which was continued from the September 2025 meeting. And item number 6, the Preservation in Progress Package A. Do I have a motion to approve the balance of the agenda in the order listed?
So moved.
Second.
Before we vote on this, are there any comments from the public about the order of the agenda? No. All right, with that then, let's go ahead and take a vote, board members. All those in favor, please raise your hands.
That's board members Province, Cooper, Miller, Cortez, Byers, Taylor, Sophia, Woods, Friedberg, and Farley. That motion passes unanimously.
All right, thanks, everybody. And now we'll move forward to the approval of the minutes for the meeting of September 25th. Do any of the members of the public wish to speak to items on the approval of the minutes? Seeing none. May I please have a motion on the adoption of the minutes for September 25th, 2025? From the board.
I'll put forward a motion to adopt the minutes from the September meeting.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. All right, board members, any further discussion? With that, I'll call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
That's board members Farley, Friedberg, Woods, Sophia, Taylor, Byers, Cortez, Miller, Cooper, and Province. That motion is unanimous and passes.
Thank you. All right, now we'll move forward to staff reports from the City Planning Department. Ms. Stenko.
Good afternoon. I wanted to take a moment to just flag for the board and the public an organizational change within the city planning department that includes the renaming of the division that I head to the Climate Preservation and Public Spaces Division, which will continue to house our Heritage Preservation team. There will be no change to how the section operates or who they report to, nor any changes to staff support to the Historical Resources Board, but I just wanted to make you all aware of the new division name. Second, I'll also go over this in my presentation on Preservation and Progress Package A, but wanted to highlight for the public's awareness that Package A is scheduled to be heard by the Planning Commission on November 6th, the Land Use and Housing Commission of the City Council on December 11th, and the full City Council in late January 2026. The Preservation and Progress website is updated regularly with hearing materials and any date changes. And you can reach that at www.sandiego.gov/preservation and progress, all one word. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Seeger?
I have nothing for today, but I can report on the subcommittees.
Please do.
Thank you. The next regularly scheduled meetings of the Policy Subcommittee and the Archaeological and Tribal Cultural Resources Subcommittee will be held on November 10th in the large conference room on the 5th floor of the City Administration Building.
Thank you. Ms. Anthony?
The next meeting of the Design Assistance Subcommittee is scheduled to be held on Wednesday, November 5th at 4 p.m. in the large conference room on the 5th floor of the City Administration Building. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we'll move forward to our agenda items. So item number 1, continued from September 25th, is the 4128 Ibis Street. At this point, I believe we'll see a staff report. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Shannon Anthony, Senior Planner. Property at 4128 Ibis Street is being brought before the Historical Resources Board in conjunction with the owner's desire to have the site designated as a historical resource. A historical resources research report concludes that the resource is significant under HRB criteria C and E. Staff disagrees and finds that the building is not eligible under any HRB criteria. The property is situated on the west side of Ibis Street, which is within the primary residential neighborhood in Mission Hills, part of the Uptown Community Planning area. The property is a one-story craftsman style residence built in 1920, featuring a standard wood frame and hollow clay tile construction with a detached garage located at the rear. The building has a primarily gabled roof with composition shingles, a moderate eave overhang with exposed rafters, and is clad in medium sand stucco. Fenestration consists of 3/1 fixed and double hung wood windows on the primary elevation and vinyl window replacements on the remaining 3 elevations. The front gable features wood siding, simple beams, and an attic vent. The main entry is accessed from a small recessed porch at the front northwest corner of the building, supported by a simple beam, square column, and stucco half wall. Several modifications have occurred since the property was constructed in 1920. At an unknown date, horizontal wood siding was added to the primary east elevation, including the front porch site wall. Metal railings were added to the front steps, and the doors on the rear west elevation were removed and replaced with a vinyl sliding door. In 2013, the windows on the north, south, and west elevations were replaced with vinyl windows in their existing openings, and the vinyl sliding door at the rear west elevation was replaced again with a new vinyl sliding door. In 2025, the horizontal siding was removed from the primary east elevation, and the front porch site wall and stucco was restored. The project was reviewed and deemed consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards by Heritage Preservation staff. All projects for the subject property are reviewed by Heritage Preservation staff because the property is located within the boundary of the Arnold and Choates Addition North Florence Heights National Register Historic District and is a contributing resource to that district. This included a proposed ADU submitted in October of 2024, the removal of the siding that was submitted in January 2025, and the demolition of the garage submitted in April of 2025. The property was not reviewed as part of a preliminary review, nor was it reviewed as part of a potential historic resources review for properties over 45 years old. Staff is not recommending designation under HRB criteria A or B. While the building does retain some of its basic craftsman elements, the replacement of most of the original windows, 13 in total, and doors with historically inappropriate vinyl units at 3 of the 4 elevations has had a significant impact on the building's character-defining features and accordingly detracts from the integrity of the materials, design, and workmanship and feeling. In addition, a property as modest and lacking in detail as the subject property is more greatly affected by this level of loss of integrity. Because of this notable loss of integrity, the building does not embody the distinctive characteristics of the craftsman style sufficient to appropriately convey the historic significance of that style, and it does not retain significant integrity to its 1920 period of significance. Therefore, staff does not recommend designation under HRB criteria C. Staff is not recommending under HRB criteria D. The property is one of 270 contributing resources to the Arnold and Choates Addition North Florence Heights Historic District and is not eligible for designation on its own under HRB criteria E. The property has not been listed on or determined individually eligible for listing on the state or national registers. Therefore, it's not eligible for designation under HRB criteria E. This concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anthony. All right, at this point, we'll open it up to public testimony. Okay. We have a collection of speakers in opposition. So I understand there's an organized presentation by Mr. Moomjian and Ms. Stigler. Is that correct? And then I see that quite a few folks are ceding time to you all. So how long do you think you'll need?
I envision, first of all, Scott Moomjian, representing the property owners, David and Sarah Potter. I suspect we'll need 15 minutes, but I would appreciate it if we go a little over, considering we have a lot of seated time. So maybe at the absolute ceiling would be about 18 minutes.
Okay, 1 second here. Okay, it does look like you have enough folks leading time, but I just want to double check to make sure that we have this correct. So, Peter Kempson, are you here? And I understand you're ceding time to the formal presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Gail Garbini? Here, yes, and I understand you're ceding time to the presentation? Okay, thank you. Shona MacArthur? You are also donating your time? Okay, thank you. Jan Widmer? You're also donating your time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And Janet Widmer? I have two. Oh. I have two in different handwriting.
That's probably my fault. I didn't know that Jan had
All right, we will remove one of those, but I understand that you're ceding time. Okay. And then David Potter and Brew Hubble, it doesn't look like you've checked that you're ceding time to the presentation, so are you all wanting to speak separately?
David Potter is, yes.
Okay, so wanting to speak separately. Okay, with that said, 1, 2, 3. You still have enough folks seating time for that 18 minutes. So with that,
And of course, we'll get through it as soon as we can.
yes, understood. So go ahead, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we begin the presentation? Next slide, please. So again, my name is Scott Moomge, and I'm representing the property owners, David Potter, who is here, and his wife, Sarah. The historic designation of this property, the Graves House, is both enthusiastically and strongly supported by my clients. Based upon an extensive examination and analysis of the historic record, with all due respect to staff, we disagree with the staff recommendation, and we believe that the property qualifies under criterion C and E. Our designation request this afternoon is supported by several groups, including Mission Hills Heritage and the Save Our Heritage organization, as well as many other individual members of the local historic preservation community who believe that the property is an important resource to the Mission Hills community and a good example of craftsman architecture which possesses original integrity. Next slide, please. The property history, a real home. This property was built and more than likely designed by local San Diego and Mission Hills contractor John Samuel Graves as a speculation or a spec home in 1920. Home was constructed in a true craftsman style with rare and unique hollow clay tile under a stucco finish, and we'll get into that a little later. And over the years, the property was only slightly modified and altered, as you had heard in the staff report. To the right, you'll see a 1921 Sanborn map built right after the home was constructed. And of course, it says tile veneer on the property. It's a combination of tile and wood frame. And then in 1923, a couple years later, you could see an advertisement for its sale where it indicates it's a tile veneer with a cement construction or stucco construction. And again, you'll see this. We went ahead and we restored the stucco in a manner consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards. Next slide, please. So I'd like to begin by starting off at the very beginning, the background to where we are today. The HRB, there's a lot of new members on the board, and maybe, I'm not sure if you know this, but the HRB specifically identified and approved this property as a contributor to the Arnold and Choate Edition North Florence Heights Historic District in April of 2024. We fought for that. And such recognition by the HRB and city staff establishes that the property was, at that time, and still is, considered to be a historic resource. You wouldn't have included it in a National Register district if you didn't think it was somehow significant, right? It's common sense. To the right, we have a letter from Ms. Donko, who's with us today, and of course it identifies the 4123 Ibis Street property as a proposed contributing resource. Next slide, please. In July of last year, this historic district was placed on the National Register of Historic Places and listed as a contributor to the district. And to the right, you have a letter that was written to my client by Julianne Polanco, the SHPO in Sacramento, congratulating the inclusion in that district. I had a conversation with former State Historic Preservation Officer Wayne Donaldson, an FAIA, very, very important leading preservation architect in the state. And I asked whether or not, in his opinion, inclusion of these contributors in a National Register Historic District have the ability to be designated under criterion E. And he said, absolutely, that district contributors are part of the important fabric of a historic district. Next slide, please. What happened after the district was formed? Well, in August of 2024, we submitted a historic report, the historic report you have before you, to the city. Several months later in October, staff requested revisions to that report. In November, 1 month later, there was a meeting held with staff, and it resulted in a recommendation to restore the front facade. In January, several months thereafter, my clients submitted a plan to restore the front facade. That plan was reviewed and approved by HRB staff. And in April of this year, the front facade was restored. In June, we completed revisions to the HRRR and submitted the report back to the city. But to our dismay, on August 6th of this year, and our disappointment, HRB staff informed my client that designation would not be supported by the city. And quite frankly, we were extremely surprised. You'll note that in the HRB staff memo that you have, it states that quote, the work was not required. This is the front facade restoration. The work was not required as a result of National Registered District designation, and there was no indication in the permit submittal that the restoration work was being undertaken for the purpose of having the property individually designated. We believe this to be an inaccurate statement. My clients specifically undertook restoration of the front facade for purposes of designation. They were under no obligation to do otherwise. Why would you spend money to restore a facade when you weren't looking to achieve some measure of benefit like a designation, which is what we had been seeking since last year? Next slide, please. Here's a photo of the restored house, the Graves house, from the front facade. And you can see all that nice stucco work over to the right and the stucco work to the left by with the solid balustrade. That was all done in accordance with the Secretary of the Interior standards approved by staff. Next slide, please. Here's some more photos of the work on a rather cloudy day. Next slide, please. Again, more of the restoration work. Next slide. Here's a photo of, really tells a lot. Here's a photo of the before and after stucco restoration. On the left, we have how it appeared in 2004 with the wood clad siding. And then of course it was removed and the stucco underneath restored in 2025. I call the board's attention to the Historic Resources Board guidelines for the application of HRB designation criteria on page 3. It says that historical resources eligible for designation by the HRB must retain enough of their historic character or appearance to be recognizable as historical resources and to convey the reasons for their historical significance. So in this photo right here, you can see, obviously, the retention of the property's historic character and appearance, certainly recognizable. I think Mr. Graves would certainly recognize this as being one of his works, therefore making this property eligible for designation. Next slide, please. You have this graphic. This is the site plan. I believe it's A.5 in your attachments in the HRRR. This is the site plan. I'm not going to go through it point by point, but because the staff report essentially had indicated that there we have, I believe it was 13 window replacements, which we believe can be cured in a Mills Act contract should the property be designated. We have some rear doors that had been changed, some railing in the front, and for the most part, that's sort of about it. So our position is there are minimal changes to the property. The front was restored, and we don't believe that this cuts into the original integrity of the resource. Next slide. The Grave House qualifies under Criterion C architecture. Next slide, please. When you look at this property, you can see that the Grave House embodies the distinctive characteristics of a style, type, period, and method of craftsman construction through the following. It's one-story form. It's low-pitched, front-gabled, and rear-hipped roof with wide eave overhang, projecting beams, and exposed roof rafters. The presence of its chimney, the presence of the exterior stucco over wood and hollow clay tile frame, a partial porch supported by a square wood column and solid wood balustrade, with the stucco, of course, on the front as a finish. Wood fixed and double hung windows. It does possess several of these windows. And most importantly, I think it is to be noted, the use of this hollow clay tile is not a building material that was typically used in 1920 residential construction. It is therefore extremely architecturally significant. They weren't building homes with this material. And this home, as we've documented, has this hollow clay tile. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to bring up Ione Stigler from IS Architecture. She's going to address several issues pertaining to Criterion C. Ione.
Hi, Ione Stigler, founding principal of IS Architecture. And we're here to address criterion C and D specifically for the applicant. We believe historic staff is applying the standards and requirements to assess significance that are not actually in the guidelines as the city is directed to do, such as referring to the property as a minimal expression of an architectural style and using that to justify its lack of historic significance. In San Diego, our local criteria C says embodies, oh, no, doesn't work. Doesn't work there either. Oh, well. So much for pointing. Our local criteria says embodies distinctive characteristics of a style, not to be a great example, not even a good one. There are no quantitative guidelines. The guidelines specifically note that a resource does not even have to be unique or distinguished. Next slide. Using character-defining features as a checklist that must be completed to qualify as a style negates the value and opposes the concept of vernacular styles. We recognize the significance of vernacular styles, like the lower left Potter Spec House, and high style like the Gamble House, and everything in between. As a city, that is how we are directed to look at style. We are allowed to see every resource as a response to the prevailing styles, aesthetic tastes, economics of construction, and available materials at the time the resource was built. Styles are not like monarch butterflies with an irrefutable DNA to decode the same design over and over and over again. Instead, they're a collection of character-defining features that we do not have to have every single one of them in order to represent a style. Every building is a unique creation to be cherished as it is and understood as a unique expression of its time. Next slide. Within San Diego, we have some very particular expressions. Take Master Builders, Irvin and Schreiber's 4191 Stevens Street. We call this a craftsman cottage, and it has some of the character-defining features of craftsmen, but it also has other features that could decidedly overwhelm the craftsman characteristics. The elephantine columns at the front, the radius of the bay at the dining room window, the large-scale corbels in stucco, and the elliptical entrance and classical dental moldings. I mean, what is this? Full disclosure, this was our family's former home from 1988 to 1996. And so I had a lot of time to contemplate this home, which is also built of hollow clay tile. And the way the hollow clay tile works is it's an exterior fireproof cladding with a full wall of wood studs to the inside that the plaster is then on the wood studs. As an architect, I was a little concerned when I found out that this was hollow clay tile and earthquakes. But once I realized that structurally, the roof, the flooring, everything was actually supported on the wood members, and the clay tile was there to deepen the reveal of the windows and create that fireproof cladding, I was much more relieved, and we stayed in the house for a long time. Anyways, but it is a craftsman cottage. Next slide. Continuing to examine staff's report, let's now focus on how once we have identified architectural style, we are guided by our HRB documents to apply criterion C. A minimal expression is still an expression, and one distinct and significant for its representation of the craftsman's style adaptation to lower income, middle, and working class residences. Remember the guidance. It does not state that the resource must be unique or distinguished example of a style, and further states that within the style, this includes its adaptation for various social and economic market segments, end quote. This house perfectly represents a spec home designed and built to cater to a specific market. That doesn't diminish its representation of craftsman style. And we certainly don't want to be elitists, only identifying the mansions on the hill as worthy of note, which this report has been twisted into itself to obliquely lean. That is staff's report. Next slide. Staff also dismisses the idea that hollow clay tile is a historically significant construction style, saying there was abundant use in the resource's vicinity as noted in a 1921 Sanborn map. Well, looking at the 1921 Sanborn map, our building is outlined in red there. On that sheet, there are only 2 other clay tile dwellings, and that's hardly an abundance. In the bottom right corner, you can see them. Next slide. If we zoom out a bit, we start to see a few more clay tile buildings 3 blocks to the left of our site. Irvin and Schreiber were going around creating these, and I think our builder wanted to fall into their mold and was mimicking it. Actually, even the dining room details on the house under question mimic the dining room details that were in my dining room. So he was like, I want to be part of them. They're successful and they're moving on. But even when we zoom out, you can see that there's just Irvin and Schreiber would like take the block and develop all the way down the block. Our house being single and independent on its own is unique in that way. And then if we zoom out to the fuller Mission Hills North neighborhood, next page. And we look at 23 of the 1921 Sanborn maps that make up the larger neighborhood. We identify a total of 1,155 residences, of which only 117, are noted as tile construction. That's just over 10% of the residences shown. Once again, not abundant as staff claims. Wrapping back to our local criteria C, which says embodies distinctive characteristics of a style, type, period, or method of construction, with the use of the word or. Each of these characteristics can be reviewed individually in order to be designated under C. And this resource has both the stylistics of a craftsman's style and the distinctive characteristics of a very specific method of construction. And let me note that that method of construction has not been affected by the loss of windows. That method of construction is still fully 100% extant, making the resource eligible for designation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ione. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, on behalf of the Potter family, we'd respectfully request that the board designate the property under HRB criterion C and E. In April, as I said before, 2024, this board recognized the importance of the property to the Mission Hills community and its historic value when it approved its inclusion as a contributor to the Arnold and Chowitz Edition North Florence Heights Historic District. Since this time in 2024, the Potters have worked very hard with staff to restore the front facade of the home with the sole purpose to achieve historical designation. My clients should not be penalized for promoting the goals of historic preservation. To the contrary, they should be rewarded for serving as excellent stewards of the property, ensuring a public benefit to future generations. Next slide, please. Because the HRB staff report does not propose designation, it recommends against designation. Please, next slide. I've taken the liberty for the board's consideration to draw up proposed motions under C and E. So under C, I would ask the board that designate the John Samuel Graves spec house located at 4128 Ibis Street as a historical resource with a period of significance of 1920 under HRB criterion C. And the recommendation is based on the following findings: that the resource embodies the distinctive characteristics of a style, type, period, and method of craftsman construction, and retains integrity from its 1920 period of significance. And then, of course, the next paragraph there, it adds all of the characteristics that the home embodies. And wait, don't go yet. Thank you. Appreciate it. And then also includes a further finding at the bottom that the use of hollow clay tile in the structure is both rare and unique to San Diego residential home construction during the 1920 period. Now we can go to the final slide. Thank you. And then our proposed motion number 2 would be under criterion E, to also designate the property on the finding that the Graves House retains integrity from its 1920 period of significance and was formerly listed on the National Register of Historic Places and on the California Register of Historical Resources by the State Historic Resource Preservation Office by virtue of its inclusion as a contributor to the Mission Hills Arnold and Choate's National Register Historic District in July 2024. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, and we are here to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, a couple more speakers here. Mr. Potter. Right. 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Byers, Vice Chair Taylor, and Second Vice Chair Cortez, and distinguished members of the board. My name is David Potter. I'm the owner of the John Samuel Graves Spec House at 4128 Iva Street. I have to say, as a native San Diegan and proud homeowner, I am confused and frustrated by what has transpired here with this process. I'm a local affordable housing developer with many years of experience working with the city of San Diego and many other jurisdictions in Southern California. I do want to give a very appropriate shout out to staff for the city of San Diego. Having worked in a bunch of different jurisdictions, the staff in San Diego is really a step above. So I wanted to make sure to mention that. And I do know the importance of following a city's process, and I absolutely respect that process. My wife and I have taken the same approach here. We've done everything that's been asked of us. We've followed every process, got every permit, and communicated proactively and professionally with city staff along the way. After we were advised that the siding restoration was a prudent step towards a historic designation, we proceeded with completing the restoration work and removing the existing siding that covered the majority of the public-facing facade and restore it to its original condition. At a considerable expense, we made a point to use a licensed and experienced siding contractor who specialized in historic restoration projects to ensure the integrity of the work. We took this step to support our bid for historic designation, which we had already been working on with staff for the previous 6 months. We then spent an additional 4 months working with staff to finalize the report, and ultimately were told by staff that our submittal had appropriately addressed all comments and was deemed complete, and we were put on last month's HRB board agenda. It was only after that time and upon posing the direct question to staff that staff's position was revealed. At no point in the entire process, dating back over a year, did anyone from HRB staff indicate in any way that they were considering the home to not have the physical characteristics necessary to recommend designation. So yes, I'm very frustrated to be here and to see the position that HRB staff has taken against our home after the level of care and consideration we put in. On behalf of my family and myself, I respectfully request the board to consider designation of our home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. We also have Drew Hubble.
Hi, board. I'm Drew Hubble with Hubble and Hubble Architects. I've been a practicing architect in San Diego for 35 years. My first 6 years were working with Milford Wayne Donaldson architect, who they mentioned in the previous report is SHPO. My involvement in the project is the Potters hired us to help them remodel their existing detached garage in the back. We did work with staff on a number of revisions to that remodel. They're turning it into a small ADU. So we made it appropriate historically and not significant to affect the designation of the property. My personal and professional opinion is the house addresses the criteria for designation under criteria C. And I think the finding of the hollow clay tile when I was an architect with Wayne Donaldson's office. The only clay tile we saw was downtown in the gas lamp. A lot of the buildings downtown were made with hollow clay tile. In my 35 years, this is only the second residential project that I've seen in the city of San Diego that worked with a hollow clay tile. So I'm just asking for the board to consider a designation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public present here that would like to speak today on this issue? What about online? All right, since I don't see anyone else, we'll go ahead and close public comment and now open it up to board member discussion.
A quick question, actually.
It's hard to hear you.
What about now? Question, you talked about the windows that were replaced. Did I read somewhere that it was only on one side though? Is the east side still original? Is that what I thought?
Yes, correct. The public facing side, the east facing side along the street has 100% of the original windows, the wooden double hung windows, maintained.
Okay.
Can anyone on staff speak to the discussion about the conversation that they had with the State Preservation Society versus the meaning of that? Should that hold significance for our vote?
The criteria E.
So the property is a designated contributing resource to the National Register Historic District and was established as such by the State Historic Resources Commission, and staff supported that classification and designation of the property as a contributing resource to the district. A contributing resource is not automatically individually significant. It is significant in the context of a district as part of a larger whole. And when you look at our criterion E and bringing forward a resource that is listed on the state or national register or formally determined eligible, in the case of a district, the resource is the district. It is not an individual contributing resource to that district, because outside of that context, it does not have significance to the National Register.
Understood. Thank you. My question was more towards the comment that you made in regards to speaking to a former president and his verbal statement in your discussion that this should absolutely be approved. On what grounds, I'm wondering, was that comment made?
Thank you. I have known Wayne Donaldson for a number of years, for a long time. And I had a conversation with Wayne about this particular property. In addition to him indicating that he believed the property was special due to its hollow clay tile material, that would be under criterion C. I also asked him under criterion E. And with all due respect to staff, I think Mr. Donaldson, I can't speak for him because he's not here, but I think generally his feeling was that contributing resources in a National Register Historic District are essentially automatically significant, and that his interpretation was that as SHPO, he would have viewed the local criterion E and would have made a finding that this property is eligible for designation under criterion E. So I just wanted to share that with the board, that in his opinion, that would be a different interpretation that you've heard today.
And there are clear differences between qualifying under one versus our individual.
Correct. And the State Office of Historic Preservation does not implement our local preservation program or our local designation criteria, and do not make any interpretations regarding a building's eligibility under our local criteria.
Thank you.
You know, I just wanted to comment on this idea that a vernacular example of a craftsman is worthy, whether it's worthy of designation or not, because I do believe it's important that we recognize all levels of styles, you know, in the craftsman, as was demonstrated, like within the craftsman's architectural style, there's, you know, a wide variety. And it seems to me that the objection under criterion C is solely based on the windows and for that, I would like to suggest that we consider, you know, passing or a motion to historically designate it under C. I think that again, it is important to recognize the vernacular buildings as well as the ones that are more elaborate and examples of the craftsman style. I don't know if any other board members feel that as well, or how you guys are feeling on this position, but that's sort of where I'm sitting at right now.
I'd like to ask a question about hollow clay tile. So when we survey the building or walk past, how can we tell the difference between, say, a building, a residence that's constructed from chicken wire and stucco as opposed to one that's constructed of hollow clay tile? And I'm wondering if, I mean, is hollow clay tile, is it stylistic? Because it sounds a bit to me as if it's structural. And as a result of being structural, I'm not sure that it is actually an architectural feature. So could you address that for us? Thank you.
To start with, method of construction is an element under criterion C, and it's an or. It can be style or method of construction. So we could have a completely vanilla warehouse structure with absolutely no style. And if there is a method of construction that's worthy of noting, that it could be designated under C for the method of construction. It does not have to have a style associated with it and still be criteria C. Now, regarding your question about how do you know, when you're walking by that it's this. There is some telltale signs regarding the depth of the windows and doors because the windows and doors are attached to the wood frame behind it. So you have the full 8 to 9 inches of hollow clay tile and stucco that create this depth of recess to those elements. But I would point you instead to criterias A and B, one where it's a part of the community. You don't know walking by that home, that building, that it was the site of the first African-American fire brigade in the city. You just see a building. You don't know under B that it was where the signing of bringing the Panama Exposition to San Diego occurred in that living room. And so regularly, and staff will concur with this, when a building's brought forward, while the first thing everyone looks for is C, it's not in style until we are actually digging into the report. Are we able to find out whether there are other criteria, A and B? And we do designate on just A and just B, and you do not have to have a style under C associated. So truly, yes, members of the community regularly will walk by a building and not understand why it's designated. They have to open the report to see what that criteria was. Thank you.
Can the applicant or applicant representative share a bit more of some background on communication with staff that was shared, in the presentation, as well as the report that, staff was communicated with? Was it clearly communicated that the efforts were towards designation or solely, seems to be what, and I'd like to give staff opportunity to response after that, it was solely, um, making modifications to a contributing resource and solely meeting that, that requirement.
Yeah. Could we go back to my PowerPoint really quickly? There was a slide, I think it was maybe number 4 or 5. It had to do with sort of the timeline. It was in the background, and how we kind of got here. And I just like to kind of, yeah, that's it right there. If you go back, yeah, that's it. So we had submitted the report in August of last year. Staff and I had a conversation relative to the ADA that was occurring at the property and the nomination itself. Specifically, we discussed the staff's request that their HRRR be revised. And so in that conversation, it was suggested to us, that it would probably behoove, although it would be expensive, it would probably behoove the property owner to restore the front facade in advance of the designation hearing. Because that way we would stand a better opportunity to achieve designation, quite simply. I then communicated that to my client. And obviously, David's here, but David, was thinking to himself, oh my gosh, they're going to be spending more money for this, but he knew it was worth it. So he went ahead and did it. Also, as I said previously, simply because we have his property that is in a National Register Historic District, there was no reason for him at all to go ahead and just restore the facade. We did that based on the belief that in doing so, that would increase our chances for designation. And that was suggested by staff that we go ahead and do that. So we were all of the same opinion and very surprised when ultimately, after he did the work and we made the revisions to the report and did everything that was asked of us, that we were not going to obtain a favorable recommendation.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when you were requested to make revisions to the report, you held off from submitting that report and updates until you made the modifications to restore the stucco to include in the report in its current condition, its current.
Yes. So what happened was we right, because in October, staff requested the revisions. I had the meeting with staff a month later. It was like several weeks later. And then in January, we submitted plans for that. Ultimately, the report was revisions were also ultimately required later on for a number of different things. That was in June. And at that time, because the work had already been done, we included new photos of that work for the board in its current appearance. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And then following up with staff, can you share if this timeline and what's been bullet pointed here is consistent, or from what we've seen, there seems to be
I do not recall a lot of that. The property was submitted, we do a pre-screen on the report to see if it is complete when we do it before we can charge them, so that the report was not deemed sufficient to where we could even charge it, because he had done, the analysis wasn't there in the documents because it was only under E. So it was sent back and we couldn't charge at that point. So that was the October 6th date. The report then wasn't submitted back to me until June of this year for review for the report for the completeness, and then we invoiced them then, and that was just when we can invoice them as in July. So we didn't even have a complete report with all the analysis and everything until June of this year. The conversation with Scott, I believe, was to talk about the submittal back and what was required as part of that report and the criteria E analysis, and how we didn't agree with that. If there was discussion about restoration of the front, I don't recall that, because that would have been brought up on their side, not on our side, because I didn't have that conversation.
If I can just add as well, as we outlined in the staff report, our review of the restoration project was in the context of the property being a contributing resource to the district. Because the district is designated, any and all projects under our code have to come to us for review, and we have to review those projects for consistency with the standards. We determined that the project was consistent, but that review and determination of consistency and of no adverse impact to the contributing resource or the district was not in any way an endorsement of the building's individual eligibility for historic designation. And just to note or flag, we have a staff of 5 that are reviewing approximately 4,000 projects every single year. And it's not reasonable or feasible for staff to ask the intention or motivation behind every project that is submitted and comes before us.
How many of those 4,000 projects that you review have an active historical resources report, at the time of review?
A very small fraction. Yeah. I would say, and Suzanne and Shannon help correct me if I'm wrong, I would say about a quarter to a third of those 4,000 are designated resources and the remainder are over 45 reviews. Typically a designated resource, whether that's a district or contributor, is not going to have a nomination pending. It's typically the over 45 review, but regardless, it's typically a pretty small percentage.
Thank you.
Not to beat up this timeline any further, but the completeness check. So it was originally submitted in August for completeness review and then rejected on those grounds and then not returned until June and deemed complete. Is that correct?
It was returned from the pre-screen. We returned it with comments on October 6th of 2024. It wasn't resubmitted till June 23rd of 2025.
And then it was deemed complete.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, it was deemed able to move forward. We still had comments on the actual report. All of the documents, like the attachments and everything, were all submitted. It goes through too.
And I guess, right, and I'm meaning complete submittal and not necessarily complete for designation. And I guess what I'm trying to understand too, and Board Member Cortez was inquiring around this, is if something's been submitted and not necessarily deemed complete for submittal, and we're getting into really specific detail here, but would staff even recognize that per your comment, Ms. Stanko? Meaning, like, is it truly an active application then when the permit was submitted? I mean, would those things even come up together?
So they're 2 different tracks. They're not together, but we don't have a full analysis on the property, so I don't have all the information when we're in the report. But then we had the project, there was already, for the project, because the property is already a designated resource as a contributing that's just coming through my reviews for regular review as a designated property. So I'm reviewing those on a separate track, and then the nominations are on the other side. So they don't always come together. To put that makes any sense.
No, it does.
Question for the applicant. Do you have anything in writing that supports that you were conducting those improvements with the intent to designate?
The report was submitted, the review was done 6 months after the original submittal of the report. We received comments back from staff to make revisions to that report. We informed staff that we are making those revisions to the report. This was one of those changes, modifications that came from the conversation that Mr. Moomjin had with HRB staff. That's why we moved forward with it. So it was our understanding that we still had an active and very much moving forward application for historic significance, and that this was a critical step towards that. That's why, and we, you know, was all working with the same, with Shannon, the same staff member through all pieces.
I guess personally, I'm not really sure I understand that there was sort of a misunderstanding, but I'm not really sure how that impacts like our decision to designate or not, because I feel like we need to really focus on the criterion being proposed, and decide, you know, whether it qualifies under either criterion C or E. Like I said earlier, I would propose, I would be okay providing designation under criterion C, but I wouldn't want to put forward a motion unless there was some other support from the board.
So I agree with your earlier comment and what the applicant raised, which is we shouldn't only be designating mansions, right? That we should be designating properties that run the full gamut. However, we have, you know, by my memory, rejected a lot of applications when there's been a substantial amount of the windows changed out to vinyl windows. So for me, it's less of a decision about designating maybe a more modest resource and more about the quantity that's been changed. And part of why I was digging into the timeline is I do want to make sure that we're fair. And I'm often asking questions when there's a discrepancy between the applicant and the staff. You know, did the applicant communicate with staff when they were pursuing this? And so that's why I'm digging into some of these questions. Ms. Stanka, did you have something to add?
I just wanted to note for the record that staff as well supports the identification and preservation of resources across kind of the spectrum of income levels and expressions of the style. It's more about the context in which those properties are designated. Typically, our more modest examples of styles are usually designated in a district context, whether we have districts where there's mixed property types of higher styles and more vernacular examples within them, or districts where they're primarily smaller, working class, modest homes. We definitely have them on our register and we support the preservation of them. It is just typically in a district context as opposed to for individual architectural significance. And also just wanted to flag in regard to method of construction, in looking at the designation criteria guidelines, they do note that for method of construction, it needs to be a rare or an important example of building practices, construction innovations, or technological advances during a specific time in history. The example that's in the criterion guidelines is a Gill building that used a tilt-up slab concrete methodology, the La Jolla Women's Club in 1913. Adobe buildings would be another example that comes to mind, but not every method of construction would be eligible under that aspect of criterion C.
And to reiterate what's in the staff report, the use of hollow clay tile was not particularly unique or uncommon in San Diego in the earlier part of the 20th century.
And to that point, we do have several resources on our register that are constructed of hollow clay tile, and they're not designated for their method of construction. They're designated because they are stronger examples of their respective styles.
So the difference between being a contributing resource and being an individually designated resource is essentially the Mills Act, right?
No, I mean, the difference in terms of contributor versus individual is whether, in an individual designation, that resource has to stand alone and convey significance by itself. A district contributor, it's part of a whole. It's a piece of a puzzle that then paints a picture that has significance to the city. In terms of kind of like a practical implication of the Mills Act agreement, both individually designated and contributing resources on our local register are eligible for Mills Act agreement. This particular district is not yet on our local register, so this district and the contributors in it are not eligible unless they are also individually designated on our register.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Board Member Cortez.
I'll echo Chair Byers' comment that with the line of question I was asking is solely to understand the process, and it's always painful to hear an applicant and property owner that's gone through a process which they felt they've taken the steps and worked with staff, and whether there's miscommunication or co-tracking of processes is unfortunate. In this case, based off the applicant's testimony, they're also a developer of affordable housing. I mean, that business I'm familiar with, and you have to cross a lot of T's and dot a lot of I's, and to have someone with such a background in the space and still have a process that wasn't potentially transparent to them is challenging. But at the end of the day, that does not have an effect on how we make a decision for this individual resource, as Board Member Friedberg has expressed. And I do agree with her looking at this in the vernacular of a craftsman home and the restoration that was complete. I look at the public facing more than other sides of the building, which is what the public experiences. And there's still the original wood windows, so that 75% of the windows being vinyl. If there was a future issue for Mills Act purposes to replace those, that's understandable. But to deem property owners, because there's some windows that were replaced over time that are in areas of the building that simply can't be seen by the public, isn't something that I take a hard line on. So I'm, I'd support a motion to designate under C, which is, based off of Scott's recommendation. So if Chair Friedberg wanted to make that motion, I'm happy to second. Excuse me, if Board Member Friedberg would like to make that motion, I'm happy to second. Sorry, Chair Byers.
That's all right.
I haven't been promoted yet.
Are you still prepared to make that motion?
Yes, I'll go ahead and make a motion to designate the resource located at, sorry, I'm losing the 4128 Ibis Street.
It's for what it's worth, the applicant's proposed motion is behind you. Yeah.
Thank you. So I'll propose a motion to designate the John Samuel Graves Speculation House located at 4128 Ibis Street as a historical resource with a period of significance of 1920 under HRB Criterion C. Recommendation is based on the following findings. The resource embodies the distinctive characteristics of a style, type, period, and method of craftsman construction, and retains integrity from its 1920 period of significance. Specifically, the resource exhibits a one-story form, low-pitched front gable and rear-hipped roof with wide eave overhang, protecting beams and exposed roof rafters, chimneys, stucco exterior over wood and hollow clay tile frame, partial porch supported by square wood column and solid wood balustrade, and wood-fixed and double-hung windows. And I'm going to leave off the hollow clay tile portion of the motion.
I support that motion second with your change to hollow clay tile as well.
Do we have any further discussion?
I'm going to be voting against the motion today. I would have had to hear something far more compelling to go against the expertise of our staff.
Well, I'll say I'll be supporting it. When you go back to our own written text on applying criterion C, and you get to those commas and or, that pretty much does a lot of it. But it also notes that it's important to note that criterion C states that a resource embodied the distinctive characteristics of a style, type, period, or method of construction. It does not state that the resource must be a unique or distinguished example of either of those. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Further comments? If there's no further comment, then we can go ahead and take the vote, again by simultaneously raising our hands. So in this case, the vote is about designation and not what was in the staff report. So all those in favor, please raise your hands.
That's board members Cortez, Miller, Cooper, Byers, Sophia, Friedberg,
And all those opposed.
that's Woods, Taylor, and Province. So that motion passes.
Congratulations, applicant. Did you want to say anything?
Yes, thank you all for your consideration. This means a tremendous amount to my family and I do want to thank staff. We had a generally very open and communicative dialogue through this whole process and with the ADU process and everything as well. So I do, Shannon, I appreciate working with you, and I look forward to working with you and Kelly and the team in the future. So thank you all.
I've had a request for a short break, so we'll return back at 3:10. All right, welcome back, everybody. We'll call the meeting back to order at, there's a reflection, I think it's 3:12. All right, now we'll move. Per recommendation, we're going to go ahead and take roll formally again, since we took that break. So I will put on my glasses and call roll again. Vice Chairperson Taylor.
Present.
Second Vice Chairperson Cortez.
Present.
Board Member Kumper.
Present.
Board Member Farley.
Present.
Board Member Friedberg.
Present.
We know Board Member McCullough isn't here. Board Member Miller.
Present.
Board Member Provence.
Here.
Board Member Sophia.
Present.
And Board Member Woods. Here. Looks like everyone has returned. Thanks, everybody. So now we will move on to item number 6. Right, let's see. Yep.
Apologies, let me just get this.
There we go. All right. Thank you, members of the Historical Resources Board and public. I'm Kelly Stonko, Deputy Director of the Environmental Policy and Public Spaces Division. I'm sorry, I just corrected my division name at the beginning of this meeting, didn't I? Old habits die hard, of the Climate Preservation and Public Spaces Division in the City Planning Department. And I'm happy to present to you today Preservation and Progress Package A. I wanted just to flag for the board and the public a memo that was distributed on October 21st that included some minor amendments to some of the policy and general plan, some of the general plan policy and municipal code regulatory language. And my presentation today will encompass and reflect the information in that memo. Okay, there we go. So just to start with a reminder of the goals of our Preservation and Progress Initiative. With this initiative, we are looking to advance equity in preservation, evaluate our Mills Act program to ensure its equitable and fiscally responsible implementation, identify and protect historical properties and districts with an emphasis on historic districts, reform permit processes to better encourage the adaptive reuse of historical buildings on their original site, adopt design standards for historic properties that provide clear and objective requirements for approval of improvements on historic properties and districts, and to remove regulations that unnecessarily impact properties that lack historical or cultural importance. Preservation and Progress Package A includes amendments to our general plan historic preservation element, as well as Appendix F, and as well as amendments to our land development code of the San Diego Municipal Code. And this includes updates to the appeal process for historic designations, clarifying amendments to the applicability of complete communities housing solutions in emerging and thematic historic districts, and other minor cleanup items, which I will go through in a few minutes here. And then updates to our Historic Preservation Fund to advance equity efforts in historic preservation. Looking first at our general plan amendments, within the legal basis for designation section, we have updated our discussion regarding Native American resources and consultation to incorporate new laws, and also updated discussion of the San Diego Municipal Code to remove discussion of regulatory requirements, permit processing, and designation criteria. As a policy document, the general plan shouldn't repeat regulatory requirements that are found in other documents. And so, consistent with the other elements in the general plan, we've removed it, kept it higher level at a policy level, and then refer to the location where those more specific regulatory requirements can be found.
In the certified local government section, again, updating discussion of our criteria to remove the restating of those criteria and referencing their location in the land development manual, and just updating the number of designated sites on our register since the general plan was last updated in 2008. In the identification and preservation of historical resources section, we've updated language throughout, just kind of taking a look and making sure we're using, updated terminologies and so forth. We also removed references to conservation areas, which was a concept that was in our 2008 general plan that ultimately through work with the community didn't really gain any traction and couldn't find footing. So we're kind of replacing this with a similar idea of identifying, interpreting, and celebrating buildings and areas that may not be eligible for designation, but have importance to the community. And this also ties back to the commemorative designation program that we'll be looking at in package B. So kind of providing some of the policy enabling language for that future work. We're also updating policy language to reflect that the historic preservation work plan, which implements our general plan and community plan, historic preservation element policies, is the main guide for preservation efforts over the next, 5 to 10 years. Again, within policy HPA2, removing reference to conservation areas and replacing that language, as I discussed previously. Within policy HPA4, we revised the context statement to specify the preparation of a citywide historic context statement, which is currently underway. Added policies that we've included in all recent community plan updates regarding Native American consultation and protection of tribal cultural resources to make sure that our umbrella policy document has those as well. Adding a policy to ensure preservation efforts recognize and celebrate the histories of all communities, including those groups that have been traditionally underrepresented in preservation, and supporting local organizations in documenting and preserving neighborhood histories. We've also included policies related to objective design standards, which is consistent with a lot of the state housing legislation that has come down and the need to kind of shift to objective standards that are based on the U.S. Secretary of the Interior standards. We've also, again, there's other policies that tie back to the amendments or the policy changes we've made in local community plans regarding archaeological and Native American cultural resources and referring those to the board for designation, and policies promoting use of sustainable materials. Within the preservation, education, benefits, and incentives section, we've updated that discussion to discuss the new state tax credit that was adopted after the general plan was adopted in 2008. We also referenced Council Policy 700-46 in our discussion of the Mills Act to identify that as the document that governs our program, and updated language regarding the benefits of preservation and the work of other preservation organizations. We've also added policy language regarding culturally focused resources and protection of culturally significant resources, as well as policies related to collaboration with schools, hosting workshops and events, creation of a repository of locations of importance to the community that may not be eligible for designation, and development of GIS-based tools to help the public explore and understand historic resources in a user-friendly format. We have also included new policies regarding offering grants for adaptive reuse and a policy to simplify permitting for adaptive reuse of historic resources. These are the minor policy language changes that were provided in the memo, and just kind of wanted to highlight these here. Broadened policy A4C a little bit beyond just project-specific consultation to make it clear that consultation occurs beyond like a single parcel-specific development project, so just broadening that language out, and then correcting the consultation regarding repatriation from the Native American Kumeyaay monitor to the most likely descendant. Appendix F in San Diego is a summary of San Diego history. We, as I mentioned, are currently in the early phases of a preparation of a citywide historic context statement. So we do expect this appendix to be comprehensively updated when that is complete. But in the interim, we wanted to kind of just triage this section and incorporate some amendments that better address tribal cultural history and prehistory and the impact of past zoning and lending practices on segregation and lack of infrastructure investment, and tying this history to a similar history that's in an appendix of our housing element that goes into that in more detail, so folks can go there for more information. Moving on to our municipal code amendments, within the Chapter 11 section on board appointments and terms, we have a minor amendment to change the deadline for the mayor to appoint a chair from April 15th to April 30th. And this is just to better align with our docketing timelines, because April 15th is like usually right at the time of distribution or right after distribution of hearing materials. So it doesn't really give us time to properly agendize that. So just kind of shifting that a little bit. And then adding that in regards to the 5 professional technical seats on the board, if a volunteer cannot be found to fill one of those seats, that we can find a second professional from one of the other 4 seats to fill that. And the idea here is that for the positions that have traditionally been more difficult to fill, our architectural historian position being one of them, that we have a little bit of flexibility in appointing perhaps a second historian or a second architect in that position until we can find an architectural historian. It will always be our goal to have all 5 seats represented, but we don't want to be in another position where we are asking a volunteer to serve far beyond their standard term because we cannot find another volunteer in that technical seat. In terms of that language that's here on the screen, I'm not going to go into it in detail, but I have it up in case anyone wanted to go back to it and read through the specifics of the language. We also have cleanup to our noticing language to be consistent with other city noticing requirements, changing owner to record owner, which is a defined term in the code, specifying that noticing must be mailed 10 business days before the hearing and what information should be in the notice, which is consistent with our existing noticing practices, but just kind of cleaning that up and providing that specificity in the code. In terms of the time limit of board review, which came up previously in one of our items, the language in the code is a little unclear, so just providing that clarifying language that the 90-day calendar for the board's purview over that item is from the first Historical Resources Board meeting in which the designation is considered. Then we have some some amendments related to historic designation appeals in Chapter 12. The proposed amendments add the ability to appeal properties that are not designated by the Historical Resources Board, which is currently not an action or a decision that can be appealed. It adds a finding that would allow the City Council to reconsider the designation itself. It aligns the appeal filing requirements with other city appeals and requires appeals to be docketed within 180, that should be days, after filing, as there's currently no time limit specified. So looking at those in a little bit more detail. In terms of what can be appealed, our existing language only speaks to the council's ability to reject designation, which means only actions to designate can be appealed. Our proposed language is that a decision by the Historical Resources Board to designate or not to designate a property may be appealed to the City Council in accordance with this section, but no other actions of the board may be appealed. In terms of who can appeal, for actions to designate, there is no proposed change here. It is the applicant or an interested person, which are defined terms in the code. For the proposed ability to appeal decisions to not designate, the language before the board limits that ability to the record owner of the property. The issue of who should be able to appeal a decision by the board not to designate was a topic of conversation for the policy subcommittee across their 3 meetings. And as originally proposed, decisions to not designate would have been appealable by applicants or interested persons consistent with the appeal process for designated resources. And during public comment, staff in the subcommittee heard from speakers who wanted the ability to appeal designations to not designate limited to the property owner, and others who wanted it to be the same as actions to designate. The policy subcommittee ultimately recommended that the proposed ability to appeal a designation to not designate be limited to the property owner, and the amendments before the board reflect that recommendation.
Staff understands that there continue to be concerns regarding limiting appeal rights for decisions to not designate to the property owner before making any additional revisions to the proposed appeal of decisions to not designate and who would have the right to file such appeal. We wanted to hear discussion from the full board regarding that issue. In terms of the grounds for appeal, the current findings to appeal designation by the HRB are violations of bylaws or hearing procedures by the board or individual member, presentation of new information or factual errors in materials or information presented to the board. With the proposed amendments for actions to designate, a fourth finding of findings not supported would be added, and that consistent with the appeals of development permit actions. And then for actions to not designate, it would add a decision not supported finding, since the board doesn't always take an action when a property is not designated. This slide kind of compares the proposed findings for appeals of actions to designate on the right with the existing process for existing findings for process 2 and 3 appeal findings for development permits, just to kind of see the similarity there. And then this slide compares the proposed appeal findings for actions to designate on the left with the proposed appeal findings for decisions to not designate on the right. It kind of highlights the distinctions between the two. So on the left, the appeal for actions to designate can be made by an applicant or interested person. And then there is a findings not supported finding that would be added to the existing 3 findings. And that would state that the board stated findings to designate in accordance with the City of San Diego Historical Resources Register Historic Designation criteria as specified in our guidelines of the Land Development Manual are not supported by the information provided to the board. And similarly for the appeal findings for decisions not to designate, that there then limits it to the record owner, and instead of findings not supported, it's decision not supported with much the same language. So it does still keep the question of designation to does the property meet the criteria pursuant to the city's criteria guidelines. That would be what the council would be considering. It wouldn't be other factors outside of that, but it would allow them to essentially kind of reconsider the merits of the designation and whether the findings made by the board to designate or decision not to designate are supported by the totality of the record. In terms of appeal filing requirements, the amendments align it with requirements for other city processes. So it would just specify name, address, and information for the person filing the appeal, and if they're an interested person, information that establishes them as such as written correspondence or speaker slip copy, that sort of thing. And then basic information about the property, the specific grounds on which it's the appeal is being filed, and any information available at the time the appeal is filed. In terms of the docketing deadline, this was another area that had some discussion at the policy subcommittee. Originally, in our first presentation to the policy subcommittee, we presented what is before you today, which is 180 days. Within 180 days of filing the appeal, we need to have it docketed before the city council, which sounds like a lot of time on its face, but it typically will take an appellant at least a few months to pull together information in support of the appeal, and then staff will typically need about 3 months to get through the docketing process for that and all the various levels of review. So 180 days is a pretty quick turnaround, and currently we do not have any time frame for appeals. So we have appeals that are on file, some of which date back to essentially when I first started at the city a very long time ago, because they don't move forward unless the appellant submits additional information. So this puts a little bit of momentum behind those so we can resolve appeals. And it wouldn't be retroactive, but going forward that we have some momentum behind it to resolve those. There was a version of this reviewed, I believe, at the last policy subcommittee meeting, where we split it out and specified that the appellant had 90 days to submit and then staff had 90 days to docket, and also put in a statement that if the appellant did not submit within that 90 days, then the right to appeal would be forfeit. There was discussion and concerns about whether that was
defensible or something we could actually implement. And it was determined that it was not. So we went back to the original language of just 180 days, and we will get those docketed. And of course, if an appellant turns around and submits everything within a month, then it would be less than 180 days. But that's more just kind of the long end of things. We also have some clarifying amendments regarding the board's roles in reviewing National Register nominations. The existing code language isn't particularly clear, so we wanted to really kind of lay out what the board's obligations is under the National Historic Preservation Act and as a certified local government, to review and provide recommendations to the state on National Register nominations, or state register nominations, and then kind of modifying that criterion B, not the criterion B, this subsection B, to specify that the council's role is more when we, as a city, are preparing a nomination that the council may want to consider endorsing that before it's submitted. We also have proposed amendments, clarifying amendments to our Complete Communities Housing Solutions regulations. Complete Communities Housing Solutions is a density bonus program, an affordable housing density bonus program that the city has. And within that language, it states that the program cannot be utilized within historic districts. For emerging and thematic historic districts in the city, the historic district policy, which I will pull up in a second, is clear that only contributing resources are designated, and not any other properties within the boundary of the district. And so these clarifying amendments essentially reflect what the district policy says and has said since 2011 and what has always been the practice within the district. It doesn't change how thematic and emerging districts have always been regulated. And I will go through, I don't want to read the entire slide to you, but this is from our historic district policy, our policy on establishing districts, which was most recently updated back in 2011. And when speaking specifically about the Ocean Beach Cottage Emerging Historic District, it notes only those properties identified and designated as contributors are currently regulated, and is limited to the properties that fall within the context and period of significance for the district, which is 1887 to 1931 beach cottages, and they also have to be volunteered by the property owner. It's voluntary in nature. Just for everyone's clarification, this is a map of the Ocean Beach Cottage Emerging Historic District. The boundary encompasses the original Ocean Beach subdivision, which includes about 3,000 parcels. Within that area, 72 properties are designated as contributing resources. It's about 2.4% of the properties. So it's a very small percentage. It is nowhere near the percentage that would be needed for a traditional district where you regulate all contributors and non-contributors. And properties that are not designated as contributors have never been regulated as part of the district since it was established in 2000. So this is really truly a clarifying amendment, but I know there's been a lot of misinformation out there, so I wanted to share this kind of level of detail so that everyone kind of understands the nature of the amendment as a clarification. And just going back to that same language again. The last component is the Historic Preservation Fund. We are looking to repurpose our fund to advance equity and preservation. So the Historic Preservation Fund was established around 2008. It collects funds primarily through enforcement and civil penalty actions, but can accept revenue from other sources such as grants as well. Currently, expenditure of the funds requires approval by City Council on an item-by-item basis. So what we'll be looking to do with the proposed amendments is to make it clear that the purpose of the fund is to support, to advance equity through supporting the identification and preservation of resources that are significant for their association with cultural groups and communities that are underrepresented in historic preservation. So to help us identify new resources, as well as direct financial assistance to very low income and low income owners of historic properties to assist with maintenance and restoration efforts. Because the Mills Act agreement doesn't always provide any kind of financial assistance, just kind of depending on the situation of the particular property, and may not provide enough assistance if it does provide any. So we will also be asking for authorization to expend funds consistent with this directive and would provide annual reporting to the council on those expenditures. In terms of public outreach, as I noted, the Public Policy Subcommittee saw this 3 times in July, August, and October of this year. They recommended, as I noted, the ability to appeal actions to not recommended that the ability to appeal actions to not designate be limited to the property owner, but was generally supportive of other aspects of Package A. We also had a public workshop on October 8th and received public comment and feedback, which staff has worked to include in the package before you today. In terms of next steps, we have upcoming public hearings on November 6th for the Planning Commission, which also provides a recommendation to the City Council on the package. December 11th, we'll be looking to go to the Land Use and Housing Committee of the City Council, and then the full City Council in late January, possibly early February of 2026. So our staff recommendation today is to recommend to the City Council adoption of Preservation and Progress Package A, which includes our amendments to the Land Development Code, amendments to the Historic Preservation Element and Appendix F of the General Plan, and amendments to the purpose and intended use of the Historic Preservation Fund, inclusive of the minor updates included in the staff memo dated October 21st, 2025. And this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stenko. All right, now we'll go to public comment. I have a big pile here. So I see 2 organized presentations, and then it looks like a few individual speakers. So I just want to confirm who is ceding time to the presentation. So I understand, Mr. Hager, that you're going to be giving a presentation. And Deborah Quillen, you are giving your time to Mr. Hager. And Sharon Leader, sorry about that. Okay, so you're also ceding your time to Mr. Hager. Okay, and then Mr. Coons, I understand you're giving an organized presentation. And there's a few people ceding time to you. Is it Sinead MacArthur? Shauna MacArthur, are you here? Oh, hello. And you're ceding your time to Mr. Coons? Okay. And Ginger Weatherford, you're ceding your time to Mr. Coons. And then Gail Garbini, you're ceding your time to Mr. Coons. Okay. Then I just want to confirm whether the following folks want to give individual comments or whether you were intending to cede some of your time. So Peter Kempson. Okay, great. Ms. Stiegler. Individual comment. David Swearens. Individual. All right. This is a handwriting thing, sorry. Jeffrey Hooter. Own comment, all right. Kristen Harms. Individual comment. And Alana Coons. Got it, okay. Thanks, everyone. With that said, we'll go forward with the presentations first. Mr. Hager. So you've got a couple folks. Oh, is there a preference on who goes first? Okay, sorry. It was not specified in the speaker slips. And how many minutes do you think you need here, Mr. Hager? Okay, you have 9, but if we've got a lot of folks that want to speak today, so.
I think I can wrap it up in less than 9 minutes.
All right.
All right.
Setting the timer now.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Barry Hager, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Mission Hills Heritage. I'd like to start by saying that we support the goals of the Preservation and Progress Initiative and a majority of the amendments that are proposed in Package A. However, some of the proposed reforms and lack of reforms are very troubling and will result
in a setback of the historic preservation program in San Diego. I want to highlight the most important items from our comment letter, and we did submit a comment letter earlier this week that goes into much greater detail. So the first issue is the supermajority voting requirement here at the HRB that was not included in as one of the reforms. It should be eliminated. And here's why. Majority vote is the standard for all major, or for other major California cities, including Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Long Beach. That makes San Diego an outlier. And staff has told us that they disagree, but we have still not seen the benchmarking study that was discussed back in January. There are plenty of safeguards that are already built into the designation system, including the requirement for staff reports, the requirement that the HRB include various experts, public noticing, and appeal rights. There is no justification to treat designations as an exceptional decision that requires a supermajority vote. The supermajority voting requirement undermines procedural fairness and simply creates an unnecessary extra hurdle for designations. There are often board absences and recusals at board meetings, and complicated decisions are often pushed to the end of the agenda when it is more likely the board members will have had to leave. In our letter, we cited 6 examples of votes within the last couple of years where the majority would have won but for the supermajority voting requirement. The supermajority voting requirement is contrary to the principles of equity embodied in the Land Development Code and in Preservation and Progress. The overall intent of the Land Development Code is to ensure fairness, and the supermajority voting requirement creates a skewed system that disfavors designation. So we urge this board to direct staff to remove the supermajority voting requirement and require only a majority vote for designations. The second issue is the proposed asymmetrical appeals process for non-designations, which is fundamentally unfair. Splitting appellants into 2 classes, record owners on the one hand and other applicants and interested parties on the other hand, creates 2 classes that are not treated equally. This classification is not rationally related to the purpose of the historic resource regulations, which is to promote preservation of historic resources, and it potentially violates the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. and California constitutions. The reason given for limiting appeals of non-designations to record property owners was to, quote, reduce misuse and delays, unquote. But that presupposes that appeals by non-owner applicants and other interested parties are more likely to lack merit. But there is no evidence that that is the case. In fact, appeals of designations have been won by non-owner applicants, such as Mission Hills Heritage, defending the appeal of the Mission Hills Branch Library designation a couple of years ago. And there is no reason to disfavor non-owner applicants and other interested parties in the appeal of non-designations. Lastly, precluding appeals by non-owner applicants and other interested parties is contrary to the purpose of the Land Development Code, which is to, quote, facilitate fair and effective decision-making and to encourage public participation, unquote, as cited in our letter. So language allowing non-owner applicants and interested parties to appeal non-designations should be added. Third issue, the proposed de novo appeal grounds. Adding the de novo appeal ground will only decrease the authority of this board and add an element of politics into the appeal at City Council. More designations that have been thoroughly vetted by this board will be overturned. Collectively, these proposed reforms are moving us towards a system where historic resources will only be designated if an owner wants it to be. While that may be the goal of some, that is not the best practice for historic preservation, and all San Diegans will suffer under that system. Here's what the San Diego YIMBY group just said about these reforms in their October e-newsletter earlier this week. Quote, "City wants to make it easier to override historic preservation rules. Proposed changes would let City Council overrule expert board decisions on historic buildings, potentially clearing the way for more housing," unquote. From this headline, it's clear that the YIMBY group and their building industry allies are trying to set up the false choice of historic preservation versus more housing. We can have both, and we certainly disagree with that. However, the statement does hit the nail on the head that the reforms will scale back historic designations, which will result in the loss of more historic resources going forward. And the city has not analyzed the impacts of the proposed reforms. So in closing, we urge this board to not recommend adoption of Package A until these issues are corrected or the city completes an environmental analysis of the impacts of these proposed amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hager. Mr. Coons?
Thank you very much, Chairman Byers, members of the board, the city staff, and city attorney. Bruce Coons, Executive Director of Save Our Heritage Organization. And I'm happy to talk to you today. Some of you...
Sorry, a few people ceded time to you, but just so we're tracking, how long is your presentation going to be?
I don't think that I'm going to need more, and I know I've said this before, more than
Nice self-awareness there.
6 or 7 minutes myself, and then Alana's presentation would probably be a minute and a half or so.
Okay.
So if you could, if I go over, if you could warn me about 2 minutes ahead.
Yeah, we'll time you for 9 and see where it goes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Any case, I wanted to bring a little background. Some of you have heard some of this beginning part of what I'm going to say before, and some of you haven't heard it at all. Just wanted to give you a little background on the current ordinance, and it's not a land use decision currently. Currently, you're just making a decision about whether it's a historic resource or not. The processing of the land use decision always remained in the city council and stays that way. This is a baseline decision. It's such in other environmental, you're just trying to decide, is it a vernal pool? Is it not a vernal pool? It doesn't, the disposition of that resource is not decided by you. It's decided by city council. The city council set this up this way because of numerous appeals that were coming forward, taking up hearing time that they could use for other things. And as you know, how long these designation hearings go on, it can go on. And before the council, they wanted to have the experts make the decision, particularly since they didn't have the expertise themselves about whether it's a historic resource, and then they would deal with it from there. And so it's always been that way. The idea that's coming up with this de novo hearing in particular that I want to talk about comes up every 3 or 4 years, has for more than 20 years in the past. No previous HRB has endorsed this idea. No single one has ever endorsed it. No city council has ever approved it when it's come forward. They've decided to keep it the way it is. But still, we end up dealing with this every 3 to 4 years in one way or another. Last time, it never even made it out of HRB, and the time before that, the council didn't move it forward at the council hearing. This proposal changes your fact-based, as you've listened to, fact-based hearing procedures to one of a political procedure, and where they take other considerations into effect. That's not, I think, the direction that we want to go. It shouldn't be done that way. As you heard, many more resources would be lost if you can overturn it for practically any reason before the city council, even after deliberate, factual hearing by the experts before. We typically lose a lot of resources over the years. We lose them to decay, to fire, demolition by neglect, development, and remodeling. Imposing a de novo hearing would add another list to the list. It's a constantly diminishing supply of significant resources, with fewer that survive every year. And you don't get them back. Once they're gone, they're gone. With the proposed changes, undoubtedly more of these precious resources will be lost. The board's primary function is to help preserve important places. It is not to make it easier to remove them. It is the very opposite. These are sites in our city to make our city beautiful, economically prosperous, preserve naturally occurring affordable housing. These are the places that make San Diego special, setting us apart from other cities and making it a highly desirable place to live. You know what happens if we don't have them, and you've seen it. Furthermore, you do not have the information you must have to make a proper decision today. The city has not done the work or environmental analysis that is required to provide the information that is required by law. You cannot make a binding decision today. You cannot even make an informed decision today. And frankly, you don't have any of the tools you need to make a decision. You're legally required to reject this proposal outright, because the city has not done the environmental work, including the mitigation and analysis that is required. Further, separating package A from package B is a not legal or illegal segmentation of the process, because you have to review and have before you the cumulative impacts of this project. And you don't. You just don't have the information that you're required to have before you to make the decision. You do not know what the overall impact of this whole program will have on historic resources, and historic resources are important environmental concerns that have to be addressed in an EIR and mitigation. I've said this before, and I say it again, and I've said it over the decades. You must do the proper environmental work. And so we're asking you to deny the proposal as presented and wait for the proper information before you move forward, because that's what's required. Thank you.
Thank you for Alana Coons, Saber Heritage Organization. Thank you for your time today. For the record, under CEQA, environmental review applies to all discretionary projects approved by the city that may result in adverse impacts. The CEQA guidelines, section 15378, defined a project broadly to include any activity undertaken by a public agency that may cause a physical change in the environment. Ordinances adopted by a city clearly fall within this scope. The courts have repeatedly affirmed this interpretation in that ordinances are potential projects under CEQA. Similarly, the California Supreme Court found that revisions to a historic preservation ordinance required environmental review because they could indirectly lead to physical impacts. And in 2015, the court ruled that a code revision that might reduce protections for historic or natural resources is not exempt from CEQA review. The staff report itself supports the argument that this is improper segmentation, as it acknowledges that the proposed action is part of a comprehensive update, not a standalone change. Segmenting the complexities of Part A and B violates CEQA, which requires that a lead agency consider the whole of the action together. Furthermore, the prior EIRs require revision and additional CEQA review, as the impacts of these proposed changes have not yet been adequately studied. The Court of Appeal recently ruled against the city in Save Our Access versus City of San Diego for failing to conduct sufficient CEQA review, underscoring the legal risk of proceeding without proper analysis. SOHO has said repeatedly that the proposed changes would weaken existing historic protections and increase environmental impacts, and that more historic properties and cultural resources would be lost or degraded as a direct result. These are precisely the type of impacts CEQA is designed to analyze and mitigate. An environmental impact report is therefore needed to evaluate the full range of effects, identify feasible mitigations, and ensure that the city's preservation goals and environmental obligations are met. We ask that the required CEQA review for parts A and B be completed before forwarding either to the City Council. The chair today has mentioned fairness a few times in regard on speaking on other issues. And so we would ask today that the board, in all fairness, we urge you not to vote today on an item for which there is insufficient information to make a legally informed decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, so now we'll get into the individual members of the public who wish to speak. Ms. Stigler, do you not want to go first? Yes, bumping Ms. Stigler. Peter Kempson. I shuffled my papers, not to surprise you all. It was an accident. All right, and we're already at 4 o'clock, so I would just ask everybody to keep to 3 minutes, so
Okay.
we still have time to discuss it as a board.
Yes, of course. Hello, board members and Chair Byers. I'm Peter Kempson. I'm a historic preservation specialist at Is Architecture. In addition to the many good points that have been made and will be continued to be made today, I want to make a specific point and comment about the historic preservation elements, section B, historic preservation, education, benefits, and incentives, specifically section HP-B.2. As we have seen too many times in the past years, including today, there can be a devastating disconnect between architecturally permitted projects for homeowners who are seeking historic designation and attaining staff support for that historic designation. I would request that the board not adopt package A today and to direct staff to include an additional point in this section, which would be point L, for the development of a joint architectural permitting and voluntary historic designation application process that would allow property owners to work with historic staff through an architectural restoration project that would be complete and sufficient enough to attain staff's support for historic designation when brought before the board. Other jurisdictions, such as San Diego County, allow for conditional historic designations based on required restoration work that is then made financially possible to low-income owners through financial benefit programs such as the Mills Act. Since staff is of the opinion that that is not an option here in the city of San Diego, I hope that the inclusion of this policy direction will provide a path forward for all owners seeking historic designation, regardless of their financial situation. All the other financial incentives in the element under HP B.2 are applicable and available only to those with already designated buildings. These listed policy incentives being only for those who have resources who have already been, these incentives are therefore only available to those who have had the resources available to get designated, which is not equitable. If historic designation is only available to those with the resources for restoration without designation work, it does not have equity. Again, I request the board not adopt package A today and direct staff to create and add a HP-B.2.L for the establishment of a joint architectural permitting and voluntary historic designation application process that would allow property owners to work with historic staff on architectural restoration projects that would be complete and sufficient to attain staff support for its historic designation when brought before the board. Well, only the board members can establish the historic designation of a resource and site. There should be a process for property owners who desire historic designation that can be depended on. If staff feels that this does not fit under this specific section, I encourage that they could create a new section for financial assistance to voluntary historic designations, so that new buildings that get designated in the city of San Diego don't only belong to those who have resources available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kempson. Jeffrey Hooter.
Three minutes?
Yes.
All right, time myself. So thank you, board members. We'll hear a lot in the discussion about the designation and appeal processes. The coalition has submitted some testimony and letters on that, so I'm not going to go into that. What I'd like to do is talk about the broader context of our housing needs in San Diego and how preservation can fit into that, and how we can balance preservation and development, I think, in a better way, including some policy recommendations. So if you go to the next slide, the first issue really is, what is San Diego's housing need? And there's something called the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. The state says we need 100,000 homes between now and 2029. We've done a lot of work in San Diego on community plan updates, and currently we have the zone capacity to build 300,000 new units in the city of San Diego. If you add all things like complete communities, which we heard about earlier, and some other things, really we have the ability to build 20 times as many homes in San Diego as the state says we need. And that's enough to cover all of California, let alone San Diego. Now, it's important to note that zoning for housing isn't building housing, and it's not making things affordable. But I think the important issue here is we don't really have a land capacity issue. We have an affordability issue, and we'd like more housing production, but it's not because we can't find sites to build. And so in that context, it's not, we need to get rid of historic preservation because we don't have enough places to put housing. We have the ability to balance in our planning, building housing and doing other things. So if you go to the next slide, just quickly, the IBA noted that that historic preservation only affects a small percentage of sites. And so the key thing, though, is certainty in development. And one of the things that happens because we haven't completed our surveys, we haven't caught up with our district work, is that when somebody acquires land for future development, and we see it again and again in these meetings, there's not certainty that that person has of what they thought they were going to be able to do with that land. They can do with that land. If we were more proactive in surveying our historic resources, particularly in as we come into the Mid-City Community Plan update, we'd have a much better situation for that. Just to hit a couple of things, go forward. The other thing is, we think about housing being frozen, and it's just not. This is a Mills Acted house to which somebody added 2 ADUs. That's clearly evolving with what our needs are. And one of the things that I'd like to see is that we should have pre-approved plans for ADUs that are historically compatible, and have innovative ideas like that as part of our policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Harms.
Good afternoon, Chair Byers and member of the board. My name is Kristen Harms, and I'm president of the University Heights Historical Society. While we support many of the changes proposed in the Preservation and Progress Package A, we are deeply concerned about some of the reforms proposed that will weaken San Diego's historic preservation program and further facilitate the demolition of older housing stock which is often naturally occurring affordable housing, and replace it with predominantly market rate rental units. The city has adopted a number of building incentive programs over the last several years, which really have failed to produce enough total housing units or affordable housing units to meet state mandated regional housing needs assessment or RHNA goals. At the same time, these incentive programs are causing an increasing number of impacts to our older neighborhoods, including loss of potentially historic resources and naturally occurring affordable housing, displacement of current residents, environmental impacts, added stress to very inadequate aging infrastructure, and reduced quality of life. Just in University Heights, at least 1,300 units have been added or completed since 2020 or are planned, according to city records. Of these, less than 10% are deed-restricted affordable units. The vast majority are studio, one-bedroom, and two-bedroom market-rate rental units with rents ranging from $2,350 to $5,270 a month. Some of the affordable units are even located off-site in locations we don't even know where they are. So preservation and adaptive reuse, and we certainly applaud the proposed reforms to emphasize adaptive reuse, is certainly part of the solution, not the problem. According to a San Diego Union Tribune article of September 2024, the Balboa Park area, which includes North Park, University Heights, Hillcrest, and South Park, quote, has some of the oldest rental supply in the region, keeping rent averages low and a vacancy rate of 4.6%. While building incentive programs do not fall under the purview of the Historic Resources Board, adopting policies that enable the demolition of older housing stock and replacing it with predominantly market rate rental units is neither preservation nor progress. We therefore wholeheartedly support the recommendations of the Neighborhood Historic Preservation Coalition, of which we are a member, and a letter was submitted to the board from the coalition. Thank you.
Thank you. David Swearens.
Chair Byers and board. My name is David Swearens. I live in the South Park community of Golden Hill. I'm certainly a booster of historic districts, role in preservation planning, and am owner of 2 designated properties, contributors to the Sherman Heights and to the South Park historic districts. In both cases, it took about 7 years from our moving in to getting the districts designated. I remain concerned about truncated review of the general plan reform, not just part A and B of this preservation plan, but also the other elements of the general plan, including the urban design program, reference the historic preservation plan as it exists, not as it changes. So that the validity of any discussion on that element of the general plan is dependent on what happens with the preservation plan. It assumes there will be no change. That was an intentional strategy for some reason, but it's project splitting under CEQA, and isn't a good idea, even if it was legal. There are a lot of issues, but I wanted to especially address the de novo hearing concept. While the language might be considered benign, it has a lot of significance. One of my favorite examples of why this is not a good idea was a council meeting a while back where a member voted successfully to remove designation because the site was described as a craftsman style house. And everybody knows Sears never made houses, they said. Well, of course, Sears made houses for about 50 years. They never called them craftsman houses because that was a protected brand name of Gustav Stickley's Craftsman Workshops until his bankruptcy in 1916. Sears took over the name, the abandoned trademark brand, in the late 1920s, and they applied it only to tools and then later car batteries and work clothes and some other things of that sort. But they never use, but they continue making houses. They never use craftsman description in any of their marketing catalogs or other material. So it's just a great example of how the vagaries of a non-specialist deliberation and why the primary action should remain with your Historic Resources Board, because you know what you're talking about. That's the concept. You're an expert group, you have interest in the subject, and so on. The council, for better or worse, just doesn't have that background, and they'll come up with some, I think, pretty wild stuff like that. It's not a Craftsman house because Sears didn't make houses. Wrong on every point possible. And then finally, I wanted to refer people to something that seems to have vanished, but it's never been taken away. Under O'Connor's mayorship, there was a comprehensive historic preservation plan adopted by the council unanimously. Ione and myself were two of the, I think, 6 or 7 members of the review board for that, appointed by the mayor. Carl Zilbell, who was the chair of the planning commission at the time, was another. Had a wide range of people on it, and it had 4 elements. The ordinance, the current ordinance, it had an education, and incentives, and a citywide survey element. The incentives element is what the Mills Act grew out of. So it's a really good plan, not perfect because it was a compromise, but it did represent integrating a lot of different viewpoints.
Mr. Swarns, you've gone over a fair amount.
It just vanished. So, and that's not good history, is when you destroy your records.
And I appreciate the Sears reference, which is partly why I let you go over, because that's appreciated. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Ms. Stiegler, you are now the last member of the public, at least here present. Oh, we have another one. Okay. Oh, got it. Got it. Okay. I do see there's some folks online, so you're not the last.
Okay, got it.
3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Dear Historic Resource Board members, I'm speaking today as part of San Diego's preservation community to urge changes to the Preservation and Progress Initiative to keep our process fair, transparent, and protective of historic resources. First, restricting appeal rights to property owners only is unfair and unconstitutional. It silences community voices and gives developers all of the power. Please restore equal appeal rights for both owners and the public. Second, remove the 6-vote requirement based on total board seats. It blocks valid designations when attendance is low, even with majority support and expert backing. Other cities use simple majorities, and San Diego should too. Third, City Council appeals must stay limited to procedural errors, not full rehearings. That's what people call the de novo, the full rehearing of the facts. The facts are decided by this board. That's why this board is constituted with members that fulfill specific seats of expertise: archaeology, history, architecture, historic preservation, just to name a few. I remember quite well when the City Council did the rehearings based on facts from the beginning, and the City Council was overwhelmed. They've ended up throwing up their hands and saying, no, you guys are the board, you are the experts, we want to hear it only on process. I don't understand why we're looking to reinvent the wheel and go backwards in time. Finally, please heed the points made regarding the lack of environmental review of the impacts of these changes. Under CEQA, Package A and Package B are an illegal segmentation of the process, and process can be a project under CEQA. And so the hearing of these changes to our rules is a project and cannot be segmented. Thank you for your attention and for protecting San Diego's heritage with fairness and integrity.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Gale?
Thank you. My name is Sharon Gale. I want to start by talking about the de novo appeal process. The city needs a de novo appeal process to ensure that all aspects of a historic designation decision are considered, because historic designation is a land use decision. Historic regulations affect what can and can't be done with a property. This board is a appointed board. You're not allowed to consider anything other than the historic aspects of a designation decision. If a decision is appealed to the city council, they are currently limited to considering only whether the HRB made a mistake. When city regulations do not allow the city council to consider all aspects of an HRB decision, such as the need for more housing, the added financial cost to an owner or of a property, or public safety, that means that city's historic program has a higher priority than anything else in the city. A de novo appeal process would allow the city council, who were elected by the majority of voters, to consider all aspects of a decision and do what is best for everyone in the city, not just preservationists. The city council are the experts on what is best for the majority of the people in the city. They need to be able to talk about it and consider it. And as for the supermajority, that's not in your package that you're voting on. The decisions you make are major. They can affect millions of dollars in value, property value, or they affect what can be done with the property. You should have to have 6 people voting in favor of it, not just whoever happens to be in the room at the time. It's a serious decision, and the city's right to consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have someone online, yeah? Ms. O'Day?
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you, board, for allowing us to talk about this today. I'm concerned about the findings not supported and that the city council would be ruling on that. And I was wondering what the city council is concerned about, or maybe it's just the city. What is the city concerned about? Because unless there's factual errors or new information or procedural error, it seems like that really covers a lot of territory. And otherwise it turns into a political process. And it really doesn't even have good optics when you are really the experts in the room and you understand what the criteria are. I'm concerned that the east wing of the White House was just demolished because of a political process. I don't want to have that sort of standard set here. This is supposed to be progress, and that's going backwards. So I hope that you would ask staff to explain what the city's trying to address, because maybe that should be workshopped in and of itself. If there's an issue that they're concerned about, this is not the way to do it, but let's find out what that is and workshop that issue. What are you concerned about? How can we address it within the reasonable guidelines that allows the HRB board to have the expertise on the findings? Further, there's nothing really included in this program that shows detail on how the council would be trained, because they obviously, based on the comments made by a prior speaker, are very confused about what findings were required. And then there must also be some sort of a reason that the staff can tell us why there wasn't an EIR already done for this besides segmenting it. And those are really my comments. I guess I'd like to ask the city staff to explain some things so that as members of the public and members of the board, you have this information to talk about this today. I really agree with what everything that other groups had said. from the Neighborhood Preservation Coalition, University Heights, Mission Hills, and Save Our Heritage Organization. I hope you'll consider those because it puts the city into some legal jeopardy. And as a citizen, that's something I'd like to see avoided more instead of taken up more. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who wants to speak on this topic from the public? All right, at this time, then we're going to close the public comment period. Ms. Stanko, I understand that you have some clarifications you want to provide.
Just briefly, in terms of a few items. One, first, in terms of the CEQA analysis, our environmental analysis team in the City Planning Department has reviewed Preservation Progress Package A and has determined that it is consistent with other previously certified environmental documents that the city has on file, and they're preparing that consistency memo. And that will be available with the materials that are that are presented to the Planning Commission. In regard to the proposed appeal finding and the what's referred to as the de novo finding, I just want to make sure it's clear on the record because there were some kind of conflicting comments that the proposed finding that would require or that would allow the council to reconsider essentially the merits of the designation and whether the findings made by the board are supported by the information in the record are limited to whether or not the property meets the criteria for designation. It does not open up consideration of other factors beyond the significance of the resource. So just want to make sure that that is crystal clear. And then also just wanted to note for the record, I forgot to include it in my PowerPoint presentation, that we have presented all of the Package A amendments to the State Office of Historic Preservation, as we are required to do as a certified local government, and they do not have any issue with any of the proposed amendments included in Package A.
Thank you. At this point, we'll open it up for board discussion.
I'd like to ask, well, if staff could explain, is there anything in that piece that we keep hearing referenced about the splitting in that package and it being cumulative? That it needs to be all in one?
Yeah, I was going to ask that as well, either between you or the deputy city attorney.
I don't know if the deputy city attorney will have anything to add, but we have not identified any segmentation issues with this. Each package has a discrete set of amendments related to the updates to the preservation program.
All right, and EIR? These are the hot buttons that we keep hearing, so I want to make sure.
So as I mentioned,
just put it out whether pro or con.
So for Package A, as I mentioned, our environmental analysis staff has determined that the elements included in Package A are covered by previously certified environmental impact reports. These existing amendments are covered. For Package B, part of the reason those are grouped in Package B is we do anticipate more robust environmental analysis being needed for that, including the potential for an EIR. So we're still drafting those amendments, but they will receive the required level of environmental review up to an EIR if needed.
Anybody else have another question? Or I'll go.
I think I have one. I was wondering what are the restrictions to switching to simple majority?
And is that a part of Package A? I wanted to hear the commentary about separating the two packages before we got into that.
Yeah, modifying the number of votes required for designation is not something that is included in package A. If the board is interested in having that discussion as part of package B, you could certainly provide that recommendation. And then we can provide more information regarding benchmarking, what other jurisdictions do, and what other boards across the city do as well, and have all that information available for discussion, starting with policy subcommittee and then the full board as part of package B.
Thank you.
Do we know if we have people who would be interested in discussing that in the manner that she just spoke of?
Certainly.
Well, oh, go ahead. I was just going to say, we had a pretty lengthy discussion in subcommittee, and as I understand it, when it comes, are you talking about the supermajority?
Mm-hmm.
So as I understand it, and probably Suzanne could probably help explain it a little bit better, it was in the absence of certain board members, it was the number of people that would be required to approve. Do you want to elaborate? Yeah, or yeah, Kelly.
Yeah, so our code currently requires 6 votes of the board to designate a property regardless of how many board members are present. So that's a majority of the full board, regardless of the level of attendance at the meeting. The idea there is that a minority of the full board isn't taking action on what is a land use related decision, because the Historical Resources Board is a land use advisory board. Many of the other cities' boards and commissions operate in the same way in terms of requiring that majority of all board members. Our benchmarking reveals similarly for other jurisdictions as well. But again, without that being agendized for discussion specifically, I don't want to go into a ton of detail on it here today, but we can include that in package B if that's the wish of the board.
Thank you.
I think that consistency with the other land use advisory bodies is incredibly important, that we remain consistent with that. You wouldn't want, you know, if you had a board of 5, you wouldn't want 2 people to be able to make a majority decision.
And we want you to know, we talked about it at length. I mean,
But I do want to make sure that we have time to discuss all of the other issues as well. So I think we can certainly consider that as part of our motion, but there seems to be a pretty big concern in the public. So perhaps the further study of that and inclusion in package B is warranted. But we can look at that further.
Board can certainly include that in a motion or a follow-up motion.
Okay.
To request that.
Yes, Board Member Provence.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I didn't attend the subcommittee, so I missed part of the discussion. I'm also a political historian, so I'm kind of taking a 30,000-foot view here. And, you know, we're a citizen review board. And I think what we're being asked to do is to diminish the power of citizens vis-a-vis the city. Both the board itself and the ability of citizens to challenge governmental rules imposed on them. And it occurs to me that the appeal process, or altering the appeal process to privilege landowners over other citizens, or actually disestablish the ability of other citizens to challenge these procedures, has a long and rather sordid history in American history. And so I think that's something we may not want to do, that the rights of citizens should be universal, equal, and without differentiation. And, you know, voting to basically diminish our board power in terms of the devolving power to the city council away from the board also seems like something that is actually against the interest of citizens generally, the citizens that we represent as citizen volunteers. So I think that there's two issues here which I think we really should be opposed to: changing the appeal process and the de novo hearings to the city council. Because if we do things like this, we are, I mean, like I say, the 30,000 foot view, we are empowering the state or the city, as it were. I mean, our colleagues are on the staff are also our friends, but we're citizens, not employees of the city, the board members, that is. So we'll be voting to disempower citizens and to empower the city vis-a-vis citizens. I don't think we should be in this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Provence.
Yeah, what's the name? Go ahead.
Board Member Miller.
No, you're okay. Two things. One, I definitely would like to see if we can agendize the conversation about majority votes. In my time here as a board member, we're all very busy, but it's also not all possible to have a full board all the time. And while yes, it would be perfect if we could stay in line with other boards, that's not always possible. And I've seen that there's been times when we don't have a full board, it has been problematic. So I think that definitely hearing more about that, hearing about a process and hearing what's best for this board is important. So that's one. And then two, I have deep concerns about taking away any power about communities being able to decide what is happening within their community and having that appeal process. I agree with Board Member Provence about this idea of people being able to appeal and saying, not just falling on the applicant to make this decision, but also people to have decisions about what is happening in their communities. So those are just my two comments.
Thank you. Are you raising your hand? So is Board Member Farley, but we haven't heard from you yet, Board Member Cortez. So on this issue, go ahead.
Can staff share the current code or process in place for appeals?
In terms of wanting to actually see language on the screen, or just kind of talk generally about what the process is?
Yeah, not what's on the screen, but what stands today,
Sure.
not what's being proposed.
So at present, board actions to designate can be appealed to the city council. So if the board does not designate something, either because they make a motion to not designate or because a motion to designate fails, that cannot be appealed. That action just rests and concludes the consideration of the property. But if a property is designated, that designation could be appealed to the city council, and the basis on which the city council, and the appeal can be filed by an applicant or interested person, which is essentially the person who submitted the nomination, or an interested person, which is someone who came and spoke or expressed their interest with property or that sort of thing. The council can grant an appeal and overturn a designation on the grounds of factual errors and information presented to the board, violation of bylaws or hearing procedures by a board or individual member, or the presentation of new information that speaks to the significance of the resource. And so that is currently the limits of their purview. And as some of the public speakers spoke to, when this appeal process was set up, I believe with the current version of the Land Development Code back in 1999-2000, excuse me, that was the desire of the council at that time, is to limit their oversight of designation to those factors and to otherwise, essentially kind of delegate designation authority to the Historical Resources Board. Our current city council has expressed interest in revisiting that and expanding their authority to be able to reconsider the merits of the designation. just kind of putting our program in context. There are other jurisdictions across the state, across the country, where their historical border commission does not have the final authority to designate anything, that the city council is the final authority. So the board is always providing a recommendation to the city council, and the council is the one that has the authority to designate. So in that sense, the council being able to hear an appeal and kind of reconsider the merits of the designation is not inconsistent with how other certified local governments, other preservation programs operate, where that final authority actually always rests with the city council.
So currently, a non-designation determination by this board is non-appealable.
Correct.
So we would actually be giving further opportunity in this reform to allow the property owner to appeal that above and beyond what already exists, but not anyone other than the property owner.
As the language presented to the board today, yes.
So we're not, it seems to me that we're not removing any rights that don't exist. We're simply giving the opportunity to the property owner, if they receive a non-designation, to pursue designation, but that's above and beyond what already exists. We're not taking anything away. And that's how I see this in process, based on what already exists. And on the item with voting, I think a lot of the frustration is how many members are present, but not. The real challenge didn't seem to me at policy subcommittee that it was the actual numbers present, but it was the numbers present because there's vacant seats on the board. So, you know, if there's vacant seats and there's someone that simply just can't, nobody's going to show up. It's not that someone can't make it or everybody's too busy. So, you know, just if looking forward to hear, you know, carrying those benchmarks from, you know, other city boards as well as other best practices or jurisdictions at a policy committee and the board eventually as well.
Ms. Board Member Farley, you were going to say something.
Well, you know, I echo the supermajority thing that I'm looking forward to having that conversation in package B, I guess. It needs to be had. I actually appreciate that Board Member Cortez was able to bring that out as far as procedurally what actually really happens and what rights are being removed or not removed. In subcommittee, for those who didn't get a chance to hear in that, that whole appeals process could really workshop for a very long time if you really drilled down completely. And there was that piece where you just kind of stuck, like, I get this side where it needs the equality and all those things or what have you, but then there's that other side when you understand private property rights and the fact that you're obligating me to something, you submit an application for me. Now you're obligating me financially or whatever that thing is. And that's a tough piece to kind of just get by. You've basically stripped a person of their private property rights at the end of the day. And so where is the happy medium in that? That can be a drill down for a long, long time. And you'll always get yay and nay on both sides of it. So that's a really, really tough one. De novo? I'm no on de novo. That's the short of it, I could say for that. And when you can hear that nobody has put this thing forward, obviously for some really great reasons. I don't know if you really want to be the one to stand out and say, here, we think this is going to be a good shot in this environment, the landscape we're in today. I'm gonna leave that one.
I was going to ask staff to pull up the language around the de novo. in policy subcommittee, we've been so focused on the appeal that I have to admit, I have lost track a little bit of the specific de novo language.
While staff is pulling that up, and before we sort of switch topics, I'm going to say with regard to the appeal process, I feel very comfortable with the property owner having more rights over their property than a applicant who isn't the property, or a concerned citizen who isn't the property owner. We're not taking away their opportunity. They've had an opportunity through our designation process. We're taking away the opportunity to continue that process for a considerable amount of time after the HRB has already made a decision. So I'm strongly in favor of the language as it stands now.
Thank you.
So the language on the screen are the kind of two sets of findings. On the left is the proposed appeal findings for actions to designate. On the right, the proposed appeal findings for decisions to not designate. Focusing for a minute on the appeal findings for the actions to designate. Findings 1, 2, and 4 are essentially your existing findings, factual errors, new information, violations of bylaws or hearing procedure. The new finding is for designation findings not supported. The board stated findings to designate in accordance with the City of San Diego Historical Resources Register historic designation criteria, as specified in the Historical Resources Guidelines of the Land Development Manual and the guidelines for the application of Historical Resources Board designation criteria in the appendices of the guidelines, are not supported by the information presented to the board. So the council then would be looking at the totality of the information presented to the board, any other additional information filed with the appeal, and determining whether or not the findings that the board made when they designated the resource are in fact supported by that record.
That sounds like they can overturn anything we decide.
Board Member Provence, your mic is not on.
That sounds like they can overturn something that is decided here. Decision not supported. I mean, that's as broad as the ocean, right?
On the right-hand side, the decision not supported, that is for decisions to not designate. And the reason that is decision and not findings is because when the board designates a property, they have to say, we're designating under criterion C based on the following finding, and you state it all out. When the board is not designating a property, there are no such findings that are made. Either the board makes a motion just to not designate, or a motion to designate fails, and that essentially resulted in a decision to not designate. So that's why it's decision not supported, that the board's decision to not designate the property in accordance with the designation criteria are not supported by the record. So in that case, the appellant would be asking the city council to take a look at the information presented to the board, any additional information, and to designate the property even though the board did not. And then the left would be the inverse of that.
Thank you. So the de novo portion of this is essentially they're going back to ground zero to then review all of the provided data, but only as it relates to the historical resource guidelines.
Correct.
So not necessarily about, I don't know, the highest and best use for the property or the need for housing. The city council would still be held to the decision around the historic resources guidelines and nothing outside of that.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. So we're being asked today to make a recommendation to move package A forward, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, we've heard a lot from community members. And so it would be a matter of whether we either A, move it forward as presented, or B, I think if we've heard anything or based upon the discussion of this board, we wanted to move it forward with some recommended changes, I assume that would be acceptable. Or the third option would be to not move it forward. And I assume that would be because there are several items that we would think could not be resolved with some minor changes by staff. Does that seem fair as far as our options go at this point?
Correct. The board can also, if it's a little bit easier to digest, because it was a monster of a motion that I put up on the screen, if it's a little easier to digest, the board could take it in parts. So you could provide kind of a recommendation on the general plan component, and then the historic preservation fund component, or lump those together if there's no issues there, and then deal with kind of the code component and any suggested modifications that you have to that as a separate motion, if you would like to do that. I mean, I don't want to make it harder on you. I'm trying to make it easier on you.
That sounds even more complicated.
So however you would like to.
And is the, can you pull up that language?
I apologize. I'm about to flash through a bunch of slides here to get to it. So too far. There we go.
While Ms. Stonko is doing that, I just want to point out that we are coming up to 5 o'clock, which is the agendized end of this meeting. So if we want to extend the meeting, we will need to take a vote for it.
I'd really like to make this very long motion.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, board members. Really quickly, so if we finish before 5, it's a non-issue. Okay.
I just wanted to put it out there.
No, I understand. But we also have a motion, so I'm feeling risky, I guess, that we've got a proposed motion and a second. Do we have any further board discussion?
I am willing to entertain a small amendment to the posted motion to include further discussion of the majority as a part of package B. I'll say I don't personally agree with that, but I'm willing to include that in future discussions.
Thank you. I think board member Friedberg, you were going to say something.
Well, just a couple of things. One, I'd like to, I would just like to speak, to share my perspective on the appeals process and recommend that we do include interested parties in that appeal, just to make it even on both sides. So that's just one thing. The other thing I was hoping to ask Ms. Stanko, if you could tell us a little bit from the preservation element of the general plan. There's reference to there's some addition of GIS being recommended for education purposes as a kind of one of the policy milestones. And I've seen other cities really using GIS in beneficial ways to manage their historic resources, assets, and inventories. So I was wondering if that was included in this beyond just the education side, and if you could talk a little bit about that.
So I want to interrupt before you start answering that, because now we are at, now I'm nervous, that risk, that risk acceptance has just blown out the window. So I feel like we do need to vote to extend the meeting. Otherwise we'd have to continue this to our next meeting, correct?
Or can we vote to call for question?
What'd you say?
Or can we vote to call for question? Can I motion to call for question?
There's a motion on the table. Does the alternate motion to extend the time override that motion?
I believe you need to table the motion in order to move forward with the other motion.
As the person who needs to leave, I don't want to table the motion.
And so then, just so I understand, not to waste any more time, but what happens when it hits 5 o'clock? Because you're about to answer a question. We're potentially going to have more discussion. So what happens if we haven't extended the meeting? I mean, is this just a point of procedure and we can keep going?
Per the board procedures, if you want to extend beyond 5, and per Robert's rules, you should have ideally a motion and a second and a vote on it, just from a procedural standpoint.
And so if we hit 5 o'clock and we have not voted and completed, then this gets pushed to next month.
It doesn't necessarily get pushed to next month, but it's cleaner if the board has addressed the requirements and their procedures and waived them if you so choose to waive them or extend the meeting time. Can I just ask for a clarification point? Board Member Woods, did you want to amend your motion to further discuss the required designation votes in package B? Is that a formal amendment or no?
I am happy to add that amendment if I hear from board members that they feel strongly about that.
As a seconder of the motion, won't support, we have requested that staff come back to policy subcommittee with those benchmarks and to start having that discussion for package B. But I don't think it's necessary to include it as part of package A because it's not an item or part of package A, and staff's identified that they will come back, and I don't want to confuse anything, so.
Okay, but then as the maker of the motion, I will keep it cleanly with staff's recommendation and the posted motion.
Which I still second, thank you.
Are we voting on the package? Is that what we're talking about here?
Well,
I don't think I understand it well enough to vote on it, frankly.
Right now, a board member has asked Ms. Stanko a question. And so right now she was going to answer, and we were just considering whether or not to extend the meeting or to waive that requirement. And
Let me answer the question really
Yes,
quickly,
I
and then
think
you can
that's a good
decide if you
idea.
still need more time. Okay. So we are actively looking at GIS data options to update and modernize our online inventory of historic resources and make that easier for the public to access. That will be a very long process, possibly costly process, but it is something that would fall within that policy and something we are already looking at.
One quick question. So we've got a motion on the table. If for some reason that motion failed, then what would be your next action?
Motion to extend the meeting.
No, if this motion failed.
Then if there was no follow-up motion to that motion and the item concluded, then we would proceed to Planning Commission and let them know that the motion made by the board failed and there was no further action.
Okay. Okay, so we could vote on this one, and if we go back. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion. So just
have discussion.
So Board Member Provence, this is the motion that's been made that's behind you that is about package A. And so that is what we're about to vote on. Is there further discussion?
Which being in its entirety, including de novo. So then I would have a question. Going back to what one of the online comments were, correct me if I'm wrong, you said city council now thought to go back and they want this de novo, but in years prior, they've even rejected it when it came forward. So what is the real why?
I couldn't tell you the why, other than that's what we have heard at city council during appeal processes, is that they would like the ability to be able to kind of reconsider the merits of the designation itself.
I myself would like a whole lot of different discussion on that. So if it includes that, I won't support the motion.
Board Member Miller.
I think the fact that we even have gone over this much time means that a lot of us, this is a very important motion and we still have a lot of questions. And I think trying to vote at this moment on it would not be satisfactory. At least I'll speak for me. I'm not satisfied with the package or the motion as is. I would want to make amendments or to structure the language differently or to get more information to feel comfortable voting for something like this.
And so at this moment, with a motion on the floor, you could make a friendly request of the motion maker if there was language you wanted to see reflected differently, and then the motion maker could consider that.
Well, there's also, even though I know we talked about it being in package B, about the supermajority, I would like to see that in this amendment. And then it's also, I want to learn more about the city council decision, if there's anything that staff can tell us about why there's suddenly this change. And even, having more time to just sit with it and ask there's been like a lot of questions I've been trying to refrain. But I think that for me, I have more questions that don't have the time necessarily right now to be answered. So as it is right now, even with Board Member Woods, if you were willing to make those small, what I've said, that small thing, and I think the second Board Member Cortez said no. I don't know, as is right now, I wouldn't support it as is.
So we have a motion on the floor, and so there's two options, and at any point, the deputy city attorney can correct my my rules here, but we either have to vote on that motion or the maker of the motion needs to rescind it, and I don't see you doing that. So at this point, I think we need to take a vote. So unless there's very compelling discussion from the board, I want to call the vote. Okay. You're not, I don't see a change in Board Member Woods. So, so if that's the case, I would say the motion on the table is what we're looking at right now, which was staff's recommendation. So I'll call for all those in favor. Please raise your hand.
So that's Board Members Cortez, Byers, Sophia, and Woods.
And for all those opposed?
Provence, Cooper, Miller, Taylor, Friedberg, and Farley. So that motion fails.
Did we have anyone opposing, or does that account, or sorry, abstaining? Or did we get everybody? Okay, sorry. So at this point, we could entertain other motions, but we'd have to extend the meeting. So I guess before we go extending the meeting, that's at 5:02, is there anyone here that's interested in proposing a different motion? You think we should? Okay, so I'm being encouraged to, that if we're going to keep discussing this, to extend the meeting. So I guess I'd be looking for a motion to extend the meeting.
Motion to extend the meeting, 15 minutes or till 5:15.
Till 5:15. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we'll call it quickly. So all those in favor to extend the meeting to 5:15, please raise your hands.
That's Board Members Friedberg, Sophia, Woods, Byers, and Cortez.
And to all those opposed, please raise your hands.
That's Board Members Provence, Miller, Taylor, and Farley.
And where does that counting leave us? Sorry, I did not eat lunch and I'm regretting that decision right now.
Abstentions?
And do we have an is someone abstaining? So you're abstaining from the vote. Okay. So what does that mean?
Yeah, 5-4-1.
No, but we're not designating, so that it's a majority, so that, right, to extend the meeting. 2, 3, 4, 5.
There's 10.
Yeah, there's 10.
5-4-1.
Yeah. So it passes. Great. We're extending the meeting, which means I'm that much farther away from my fish tacos. That's fine. This is important. Okay. So then we have time now to consider a different motion.
I think the question is how are we separating this? Because everyone has issue with different items. Go ahead.
Board Member Cortez.
I'll motion to motion to support staff's recommendation completely as provided. In addition, to also add that package B provide a review of the supermajority voting and vacant board seats as an item for review in package B.
Second.
All right, thanks. Do we have discussion around the board for this? Board Member Perkins.
I wish I would, stop talking, for my own sake, for everybody's sake. But there was a legal memo that we received as well. Can we consider that, or does that, I'm quite curious about that, and it also bore directly on the issue of the appeals, and so what can we discuss about that? I know it was maybe we can't talk about it. I'd like to know.
Sounds like you just did.
Well, I don't think.
Ms. McKinnon, can you speak to that?
The board retains retains discretion to make a recommendation on this matter. State law encourages public involvement at every level of the planning process, including participation in hearings and the right to appeal.
So if I understand that correctly, if we vote to limit the right of appeal, or the city council votes to limit the right of appeal, it places the city in legal jeopardy or challenge. Is that a correct interpretation?
I can relate to you what the policy of the legislature is in this matter. I'm not able to share any confidential or privileged advice that I've provided to the board.
But with regard to the right to appeal, that right does not currently exist. We are not taking any right away. We are adding a right of the property owner to appeal when their property is not designated. We are just simply not adding the right for someone who is not the property owner to make that appeal as well.
I think it's still concerning that it's a limiting or as the words that I've seen a lot of comments, that it's an asymmetrical addition of rights.
I'll simplify my motion based off what's been shared by the city deputy attorney, and that's to have the motion to recommend the staff's motion to recommend the staff's recommendation in full, with the exception of the ability to appeal for a non-designation, that the would be no appeal for the property owner or non-property owner, which is consistent with what exists today. So there is not any type of asymmetrical or potential equity, inequitable position, and still leave the recommendation for staff to come back with benchmarks to consider the supermajority as well as vacant board seats for package B.
So could I just get some clarification specifically, and maybe staff can help me out with the codes section as it has been proposed to be amended? That Board Member Cortez, are you proposing that under section 123.0203, appeal from Historical Resources Board decision, that subsection B, which relates to appeals of decisions not to designate, you would not be recommending inclusion of that in the package?
Yes.
Who is the seconder of the motion, and do they approve that?
That would be me.
You're okay with that?
Yeah.
So just to be clear, the recommendation is to pull that appeal, so that piece completely, like section 123.0203 section B. So there will no longer be an appeal allowed on a vote to non-designate.
Which is how the language
It's
currently reads.
So we're basically keeping it, the appeal that part of the appeal process is the same.
Yes, that's my motion.
Sorry, one further clarification. The initial introductory sentence to that code section as proposed indicates a decision by the Historical Resources Board to designate or not to designate a property may be appealed to the City Council in accordance with this section. No other actions of the board may be appealed. Would your motion therefore delete or not to designate from that introductory sentence as part of the recommendation too?
I'd have to rely on staff to meet the intent of my motion.
If I may, what I would suggest is if the intent is to strike subsection B and the addition of the ability to appeal non-designations, that it's also clear that staff is then directed to go through the rest of the proposed amendments and make sure that they are also consistent with the striking of subsection B. So we can go through other sections and clean up if there's any other reference to ability to appeal non-designations, making sure we're removing it from other sections as well.
Yes.
Board Member Farley.
He's a Carl.
Farley's got something to say.
Well, here's the great part about it. At subcommittee, we talked about, let's get it to full board because that's where you get the discussion and you can work those things out. So you work through two of them. I want to ask my colleagues here, my board members, to help me in understanding what you think is great about that de novo process. I haven't heard anybody just keep going over it, and I want to know.
Board Member Miller.
So as the motion stands right now, I like that it's getting better. Thank you. But I, like Board Member Farley, I have concerns that still haven't been answered, like the de novo process, like understanding more about that and us having a conversation about it more. I think that's still a part of this concern about when we're talking about this package. And I think that needs to be completely discussed. I think that, you know, we can't just simply take, even if we're getting closer to some kind of resolution, we still need to have a full, each board member needs to have a full confidence in their vote. And at this point, I'm not feeling fully confident because I feel like I don't have a full discussion or of everything that's in the package.
We do have a motion on the table, but again, Ms. Stanko, I just want to understand. So if we aren't able to pass a motion, then you would be taking this forward as currently written to was it the Planning Commission on November 6th?
Correct. It's Planning Commission November 6th and then Land Use and Housing in December.
And so you'd be bringing it forward saying that the board could not come to consensus about whether or not to support this.
We would convey the deliberations of the board, what the various comments and concerns were, provide the minutes, the link to the board meeting, and then what the final action or lack thereof if a motion doesn't pass was of the board.
And this is calendared, so I guess, I know we're in the middle of a motion, but since we're discussing, is there a motion that would say that we would recommend delaying that next step until this board could discuss it further?
That could be a motion that's passed, and again, that would be then what's conveyed as we move through the hearing process. So if the higher decision bodies want to refer it back, they would be able to do that.
But it would still keep moving forward. Okay.
If I may just quickly as well, if it's helpful, because I kind of glossed over the slide a little bit in my initial presentation. When we were looking at adding what we shorthandedly refer to as the de novo finding, the findings not supported finding, we did look to other precedent in the code for appeal processes and looked at the appeal processes for process 2 and 3 development permits. So when the hearing officer or staff make a determination to approve a coastal development permit or site development permit, and that is then appealed to a higher level decision maker, what are the findings there? And they are similar to the board findings. The findings not supported similarly allows that higher level, appeal body to look at the findings that the initial decision maker made in approving that development permit, because every development permit has specific findings that need to be made, and whether or not the information in the record supports the decision that decision maker made when they approved the permit. So we didn't kind of concoct the finding out of kind of thin air. We did look to precedent and other processes where appeal bodies have the ability to go back and revisit the decision of the lower body and whether the information in the record supports the findings that decision body made.
Thank you. So it is 5:15. If we're voting right now, gosh, it feels pretty close to that timing. Unless somebody wants to entertain a motion to extend further. Or unless somebody wants to make that motion.
We voted it down, right?
There's a new motion on the floor, which is what Board Member Cortez has put forward.
All right, thank you.
Do you want me to reiterate that?
Right. It feels like we've talked a fair amount about this. I want to call the vote, but I would like you to repeat it just so repeat the motion.
Yeah, sure.
Just so that everybody is clear on what we're voting for.
Board Member Cortez's motion was to move staff's recommendation with the removal of the appeal of a non-designation and everything that goes along with it to change all of any other additional code sections that discuss that. And then include in package B, a review of the supermajority voting and vacant board seats. Sorry.
So with that, by simultaneously lifting our hands, all those in favor of this motion, please raise your hands.
So that's board members Woods, Sophia, Taylor, Byers, and Cortez. That's 5.
And all those opposed, please raise your hands.
That's board members Provence, Miller, Friedberg, and Farley.
And it looks like we have someone abstaining. So that's another 5-4-1, which means that passes. No, it doesn't. Oh, I see. Got it. That's correct that that doesn't pass. Somebody abstaining?
I have to look at Robert's rules on how that works. I think staff can convey the results of that vote to other bodies.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear 'cause the microphone was working.
Sorry, I turned it off instead of on. I would need to look at Robert's rules to see the effect of that. But I think at this point, staff can convey the results of that vote and the content of the motion. And unless the board wants to continue to extend the meeting, to possibly entertain other motions, but I would suggest that we take a recess so I can get a definitive decision on that for you. Either way, it's not a majority. It's not even a simple majority.
I'll call a 5-minute recess. 5-minute recess.
Chair Byers, I need to leave. So
I need to leave too.
I'm getting on an airplane. It's not solely to grab dinner, so I do want to make my flight to Montana.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cortez. We're still in recess. 5 minutes.
Consider that. Yeah. Rejected it. How do you go get her?
Have a national soccer, so I have to pick against one. That's what I'm bumping up against too.
Yeah.
I got someone to take her back. Yeah, I got someone. Take the word out better.
I started my dinner at 3 o'clock this morning. I think I started my dinner at 3 o'clock. Started it when my husband was.
Yeah. What did I have like a half a piece of meal? That's how you. So late, you know what I mean? We are. Like eating these little
Get the last cupcake.
gummies with tahini.
So
Been eating these things. Terrible.
oh, they are. Can't stop eating them.
All the flavors. Good. Ah.
Okay. Sugar.
Five for one. Not a majority, period. Not even a simple majority.
Daughter's going with her soccer team to the haunted trail
Oh.
after some practice tonight. They're going to the one in El Cajon.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it should be fine. Somebody will give her a ride.
To the trail. And you
Since they're
get
all
there.
going, you know.
Yeah, and then you could get to the
yeah,
trail.
either me or my husband will get there. But
Yeah.
occupied.
Just small little
I
minor
mean,
things
you know,
that
like,
need to happen.
I swear, coordinating rides for my kids is a full-time job. Maybe part-time, but lots of hours are.
We'll hire a full-time nanny. Do it.
I mean, I wish I could afford that.
Yeah,
That
that's
would
not
be
right.
amazing, right? a dream. That's the dream. Actually, my oldest is almost old enough to drive, to get her license. She's gonna be 16 in January. No, but she hasn't like, she needs to get her permit, like, I'm trying to like push.
The rest of it. I have
She
one
isn't,
kid
she isn't,
with
she's
you.
so busy that she hasn't like had chance.
My middle one.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah. My middle one went when he was a teen. He waited literally till he was 18.
Yeah.
Because he's, I don't want you guys have me chauffeur you everywhere.
Well, that's my thing. I'm like, I'm tired. Like, I have to drive, so I don't have to drive. But she takes the bus home from school, the city bus. And that works out well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually great.
Live on a city bus route. A lot of the pressure away.
It's really like a 3-block walk at the end of from the bus stop. And she's 3-4 blocks, but she won't complain about it, but whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
It's good. Like I used to take the school bus back in my day. There were school buses, but I would have to walk home.
Yes. Walk like half a mile.
It's okay. Yeah. I mean, they could build some. It's not like they have to walk in the snow.
They don't have nothing like
I
that.
did.
I do.
Yeah.
Walking in the
Where
snow.
did you grow up?
Virginia.
Oh.
Yeah, there was definitely.
But you can say,
I had to walk up.
in my day, I walked in the
I walked
snow.
up. No.
Yeah. See, I can't even
half a mile.
through the sleet.
Most even snow, they just can't.
Okay. Thank you everyone for staying, everyone in the public and also the board members. I would love a motion to extend because the deputy city attorney does have some information to share with us. I think it's probably going to mean we're going to have some discussion around it. So can I get a motion to extend this meeting?
Yes, I will put forward a motion to extend the meeting. How long?
For how long?
15? Is that
For-
enough time?
15 minutes.
15?
I
Everyone's
have
saying 5.
I have 5.
We'll do 15 minutes and hope that it's done sooner.
Yeah.
All right, I can second that motion that we're extending 15 minutes
Can we round it to 5:45?
to 5:45. All right. And now I'd like to call the vote. All those in favor to extending the meeting to 5:45.
That's board members Friedberg, Woods, Sophia, Byers. That's 4.
Okay, so that doesn't pass. So now
We have to finish the rest of them.
Okay, I'm sorry. All those opposed?
That's Province, Cooper, Miller, Farley, and Taylor. That motion fails.
Try 5 minutes for her to just share her info.
So we're going to adjourn the meeting and staff, I think you have
So before we conclude and adjourn, the motion that was made by Board Member Cortez and seconded by Board Member Woods failed. It needed 6 votes and it only had 5. So that is a failed motion. And I leave it to staff to convey to the Planning Commission and Land Use and Housing Committee and City Council the proceedings and the votes that were taken here in terms of the board's actions, lack thereof.
Yes, the motions, votes, minutes will all be conveyed along with a link to the video recording of the meeting.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.